Okay, Chatty Cathy's, I think we're going to get started. Supervisor Ding.
How are you? What's going on, brother? Good. I would have said hi to Mario over there. Well, say hi. Hug. Give me a hug. Should I pick you up? I'll hold you down. You hurt yourself. I would love to.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Good morning, and we're going to start the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, and it is now 9 o'clock. We will have a moment of silence. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection or silent prayer in memory of Bill Mitchell, who passed away on November 11th, 2024. Mr. Mitchell served as the San Joaquin County first public health director who retired in 2014 after 25 years of public service. So if we could just have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Ding, can you lead us?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, if we could have roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Gardia?
Here.
Supervisor Dhaliwal?
Here.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chair Canepa.
Here. Perfect. At this time, we're going to do recognitions. And obviously, this is Valentine's week. So if all of you don't know that Friday is Valentine's Day, so if you haven't got your significant other or partner a gift, you've been warned. So just so all of you that are in the audience, good looking out, right? So that's coming up Friday. Black History Month, obviously, too, which we'll celebrate at the end of the month, is coming this month, too. So it's important that we do recognize those, and we will, as a board, bring this forward. So the new folks, obviously, they've got one, so we're doing that. The proclamations per office for the 175th anniversary. So each district is bringing different things forward. And at this time, we will start with 211 Day. So Madam Clerk, if you could lead us, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, our first recognition is the proclamation of Civil Grand Jury Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Gary Cooper to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas grand juries are crucial components of California's justice system. And whereas, like other California counties, San Joaquin has a grand jury composed of individuals who dedicate their time to a full year to serve in the grand jury system. And whereas the primary duties of the San Joaquin County Grand Jury are to investigate and report on local government operations to assure that the responsibilities of these governmental entities are being fulfilled efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. And whereas the California Grand Jurors Association and local chapters strengthen juries statewide by providing training, tools, and techniques to assure each jury operates under the same standards of efficiency and integrity to which they hold local government. And whereas it is appropriate to provide a designated opportunity to recognize the efforts of those who have volunteered and continue to volunteer their time and service to advance the work of San Joaquin County Grand Jury. And whereas the reward of being a grand juror is the satisfaction received working with fellow residents of the county to improve local governments for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Grand Jury Appreciation Month, presented this 11th day of February 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody always loves the grand jury as long as they're not looking into the intent to eat, which I am a part of, right? So that's it. So as long as they're looking at somebody else and doing great work, but no, I appreciate you because you know what I mean? It's another set of eyes for how we look at things. And I think it's important not to mention all those folks volunteer their time. And that's a huge commitment. And I want to thank the people that are part of the grand jury and the people that nominate those folks to be part of the grand jury and the work that you do in keeping all of us, honest and making sure that we are good stewards of taxpayers' money and that the programs that we do and that we oversee actually, do what they're supposed to do. So at this time, I will give you a few moments and you can talk. And
sure, won't take but a moment. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to the Board of Supervisors for San Joaquin County for recognizing the civil grand jury for what they do. As Supervisor Knapper just mentioned, we're volunteers. And I myself am a former grand juror, but I don't sit on the grand jury. Right now, my role is president of the Civil Grand Jurors Association for the state of California. And I do support the local grand jury. In fact, I'd like to invite, if I may, the foreperson of this year's grand jury, Mary Kennedy, to come stand with me, and also Cynthia Ferre, who is the vice president of our local chapter, to come up also. They should be recognized. All you see here are former grand jurors. And as you mentioned, too, our primary focus is to help local government be more effective and be more efficient, and to have a certain level of transparency. After all, we are volunteers. We don't have any partisan buy-in to anything that we do. Our goal is to make sure that locally our citizens, our elected officials, are doing their best. And in our role as watchdogs, we are just here to shine a light to make sure that we are doing our best to the people that have put us in place. We're very appreciative of the opportunity. Again, like I say, we're all volunteers. The amount of hours that go into it are untold. A lot of folks wonder what the civil grand jury does. Of course, we do have to keep an aura of a confidentiality around everything we do, but I will say it in a short word, we do a lot. We do a lot. And as a citizen, I'm very thankful for what they all do, and I do appreciate you as foreperson. I appreciate Cynthia and all of my colleagues. If you just raise your hand, grand jurors in the room, either past, present, or forward, a lot of folks step forward. So thank you.
Perfect. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to say anything,
You would like to say a few words, or?
or you just want to call
Yes,
them
I
up for a
would.
photo? Yeah.
I'd like to call the grand jury up for your photo op. Please stand and come up front.
Sure.
Well, I think the supervisor.
Sure, yeah, we'll
Oh,
go to,
I'm
we'll go to
sorry.
supervisors and
Okay.
see their comments. Or did you want to make a few comments, or?
Yes, I want to thank the grand jury, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for acknowledging us today. We appreciate it again. We work hard to serve the San Joaquin Valley, and we put our hearts in it. And thank you very much, Gary Cooper, for sharing that information. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and Mr. Cooper, Ms. Kennedy, thanks for being here, and everybody, all the grand jury, thank you very much for being here this morning. As you mentioned, you know, this is all volunteer, what you guys do, and we appreciate it very much. And most people, I don't think, realize how much work you guys actually do. It's pretty much a full-time job, working anywhere between, you know, I hear 30 to 50, 60 hours a week on whatever you guys are working on. So thank you very much, you know, taking time away from your family and other things that you could be doing, and giving your time to our residents of San Joaquin County. We appreciate it. And Mr. Cooper, where do you live, Tracy?
Tracy.
Where's that, 5th District, right? Best district? So I just wanna
Here we
make
go,
sure
here we go. Rickman on a soapbox. Okay, Supervisor Ding, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for your service. I didn't realize till I started getting the grand jury reports, I'm used to seeing grand jury reports with the names Canepa and Rickman and so forth. But I didn't realize that you actually got into just policy decisions that are made, and they've been very helpful, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the grand jurors, current and former. Thank you so much for the work you are and been doing. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Last but not least, Supervisor Gardia.
I want to take this opportunity to encourage more of our neighbors to consider serving the grand jury. As you know, it's a huge commitment, and honestly, as a citizen of Stockton, until I started looking into the time commitment, I was shocked and much appreciative of what you do. So, but what I also would like for you to encourage others to join in and be in participating in the grand jury, because it does mean a lot. And you know, transparency is everything, and I think you bring that to the table and enlighten us with what your findings. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Do you want to take a photo op? You guys want to stay up there, and we'll come down since there's so many of them? Is that okay? All right, come on up, we'll take a photo. Go ahead. She had one more comment. The floor is yours.
On behalf of the grand jury, we thank you very much for this certificate, and we will do our best. And I thank the grand jury for their passion, their dedication, and I thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing us. So again, thank you very much. We do our best. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I got ahead of myself, so the 211 was obviously the grand jury was the
got
first
it.
one. So, Madam Chair, next
Madam Clerk.
accommodation, please.
The next recognition is the proclamation of February 11th, 2025 as 211 Day in San Joaquin County. I would like to invite Tiffany Foxe, Christina Gilbert, Tran Nguyen, Nadia Monroy, Mickey Sandoval, Karina Huerta, Paula Sanchez, Rebecca Ray, and Natalie Solis to the podium as we read this proclamation on February 11th. Whereas every hour of every day, people need access to essential services such as food assistance, housing, and shelter assistance, utility assistance programs, counseling services, medical dental care, senior elderly support, employment help, transportation services, abuse prevention services, child care assistance. And whereas the 211 Information and Referral Call Center at Family Resource Center provided support to more than 89,328 residents in San Joaquin County in 2024 alone, including over 90,441 referrals to callers seeking assistance for health and economic resources. And whereas 211 is a free and easy-to-remember telephone number that connects people with life-changing resources 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in over 250 languages. And whereas 211 San Joaquin is in its 10th year of making the social services ecosystem more efficient in San Joaquin County, by ensuring hundreds of thousands of people in need are connected to agencies that can help them. And whereas 211, in partnership with the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services and Public Health Services, provides disaster and health responses for San Joaquin County residents. Now therefore be it resolved that this County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 11th, 2025 as 211 Day in recognition of the tremendous service the 211 helpline provides in connecting callers to much-needed resources. Presented this 11th day of February 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. I mean, 211, everybody knows, is a huge resource. And just the number alone, the 90,000 touches that you guys do is amazing. And when I went out for my tour, I think you guys had 11 or 13 operators. So what they do is they connect people with the services that we have in the community. So I appreciate what you guys do. The call volume is amazing, and the help that we get out. Now, one of the things that I always talk about is outcomes. So I mean, that's always something is when we do call somebody and talk to them, what are we doing to make sure that they did get to that person or that organization that's going to help them? And that's always kind of one of the questions that we do is, we give them a phone number, and then how do we as a county back it up with the resources that we have to make sure that they actually, it's not just a phone call and here's the number, but actually that they have something of substance that comes out of it. So at this time, I will open the floor up for you to speak, and thank you all for coming down.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board Supervisors, for acknowledging Family Resource Center as the designated service provider for 211 in San Joaquin County. We would like to thank all of our funders and partners, especially Human Services Agency, for their support since our inception in 2015. So in April, we will hit 10 years of providing 211 services in the county. We want to thank our fantastic 211 team, and some of them are here today, who connects over 7,000 individuals and household members to Health and Human Services on a monthly basis. They are our unsung heroes, connecting each caller to vital services. This work would not be possible without their dedication and compassion to those going through hard times. Through many collaborations this year, we responded to residents needing assistance navigating community support. 211 partnered with so many different partners, including San Joaquin Regional Rail Commission, to offer low-cost ACE train tickets, care coordination for children 0 to 5 for early literacy and school readiness programs, coordinated entry system to provide our homeless individuals and household members to very much needed permanent housing support services. It is our hope that all San Joaquin County residents remember this easy-to-access three-digit phone number, 211, when they are in need of help. On behalf of everyone at Family Resource Center, we thank you today for our proclamation. I would like to introduce Natalia Solis, who is one of our clients who has a few words to say.
Yeah, I actually call and just to get information, and I ended up getting more help than I ever imagined. I'm new from Philadelphia out here, and my baby was preemie, so they were able to get me all the help that I needed, so they can be testing my daughter for her milestones and stuff. They even got me into getting her tested for autism, and now she's gonna start services as well. So from one thing to call to get information, I ended up getting more help than I ever imagined I needed in reality, and it was a really game changer moving from another state out here and not knowing this. Well, I've been in California, but to get the help that I needed from that just one little call, it really changed my life. Thank you.
That's what I'm
Thank you,
talking about, is the
Fraser.
outcome. So you are one of the positive outcomes, and that's what I think is the goal of it, because you know what I mean? We always talk about warm handoffs and how do we do that, and it's really important that as an organization that we get better at that, make sure that you get the services, and I'm glad that you are one of the success stories. And obviously, I don't know, how long have you been out here?
A year.
Oh, well, thanks for coming out, and welcome to California. So does anybody else like to speak? No other guinea pigs? Come on up.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tran, and I'm the Director of Community Resource Management for Programs. Just, we're hitting 10 years. Just really want to appreciate all your support, and we really, truly appreciate everything that you've done for the county.
Thank you, thank you. Supervisor Gurdia.
I lived in this city for 53 years, and fortunately, I've never needed the service of 211, and honestly, until I sat in the seat in the last 30 days, I didn't know much about it. And what I've learned is it takes a team, and you guys have a good team, and that the services that you provide our community are not replaceable. And I appreciate what you do, and keep up the good work, and looking forward to supporting you and your team.
Supervisor, Vice Chair Dollywall.
Mr. Chairman, myself and Supervisor Gardia attended emergency-related training yesterday. And today, we understand the importance and the work that you guys are doing much better than we did before. So we really appreciate it. In an emergency, everything matters. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Yep. Thank you for your service. We all play a role. I tried calling 211 last week because Chairman Canepa was talking too long, but you put me on hold. So anyway, thank you for everything.
Supervisor Rickman.
All right, I gotta get my composure here. Thank you for being here. You guys do a great job. Thank you for what you do for residents of, San Joaquin County and this board, providing, people with resources. And I know I see, at least in South County, what Family Resource Center that you mentioned, they do a great job. But one thing that, brings to mind, I know this board has been very vocal on some of the utility rates that is going on in the state, and your utility assistance to our residents and some of those. I mean, my God, we've all seen the bills, right? We've all experienced it. And so thank you for taking care of our folks, and God bless you all.
Perfect. Photo op. Do you guys want to come down, please?
You want to do it up here? Yes, it's better.
Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, I just gave you a raise.
I'll take it. Do I get 10%?
Yeah.
Our next request is an initiative by our Chair Canepa to recognize future leaders in San Joaquin County. Today's recognition is being presented by Supervisor Dollywall of the 3rd District, and this is recognition of the Discovery Challenge Academy, and I would like to invite Christopher Ellison, Chief of Support Services, Jamie Ward, Principal Director, Janine Castellan, Deputy Superintendent of Student Programs and Services, and Troy Brown, Superintendent of the Office of Education, to the podium as we read this recognition, which states, presented to future leaders of the Discovery Challenge Academy in recognition of your contributions to the success of at-risk youth in the community by promoting leadership, confidence, community service, and fostering pathways toward high school graduation, scholarship opportunities, and continued education. Your achievements showcase the qualities of teamwork, creativity, and leadership that inspire others and paves the way for a brighter future. Your efforts reflect the power of collaboration and individual initiative, setting an example of excellence for all. Congratulations, presented this 11th day of February 2025. Supervisor Dollywall and Chair Canepa.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, this year our chair has decided that we're going to recognize all the organizations and agencies who serve our youth. And today we are recognizing the Discovery Channel Academy. As a former mayor of Lathrop, I visited the academy. I seen the work firsthand that you guys are doing. You know, sometimes our youngsters get off the track, but that's not important. The important thing is how you get back. Life doesn't come with the owner's manual. You live and you learn, and we really appreciate the work you guys doing. Superintendent Brown, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Being recognized as a Superintendent of the Year.
Oh, thank you.
So, thank you so much. Would you like to share the goals and the accomplishments of the Academy, sir?
Yes, thank you. So good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chair Dollywall, and fellow supervisors, and thank you, Supervisor Dollywall, for recommending Discovery Challenge Academy, and thank you for the gratitude there a moment ago. On behalf of the San Joaquin County Office of Education, thank you for recognizing the Discovery Challenge Academy, or DCA, this morning. DCA is a life-changing 22-week residential partnership between the SJCOE and the National Guard. It is our intent to transform the lives of 16 to 18-year-olds who will not graduate high school without the intervention and structure DCA provides. The young men and women who come to DCA, our cadets, are in danger of dropping out of high school. As we know, there is evidence that students who drop out of high school are sometimes more likely to become either incarcerated, homeless, or other. DCA is one of the preventative programs that helps to interrupt this negative path students might be facing. They are given the skills and the hope to make the changes needed to lead a successful life, avoiding the pitfalls of incarceration, homelessness, or other traps. Let me briefly give you a personal example. When I was the Director of Student Services for the Tracy Unified School District, I had a young man applying for reinstatement after an expulsion. I was hesitant to reinstate him, but upon meeting with the young man, I discovered he had attended DCA and was ready to come back to the district. It was clear he had made a change in his life. His attitude, demeanor, and ability to communicate had drastically improved, not to mention his grades and attendance. This was one of my first encounters with a DCA graduate, and I was immediately sold on the program. And the numbers speak for themselves. Since its inception 8 years ago, 1,576 cadets have completed the program. 1.39 is the average GPA of a student arriving at DCA. Upon completion of the program, the average GPA for our cadets is 3.45. Currently, we have 101 cadets at DCA in Class 17. So as the county superintendent, I am very proud of our partnership with the National Guard. Please continue to help spread the word and support DCA in any way you can. Take a tour, attend a graduation, become a mentor. Our youth depend on it. This program is transformative, but don't just take my word for it. Graduate and former cadet Manzanares would like to share his experience with the board. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So some people ask why I went to DCA. The simple answer is that I needed change. I was failing in school with no possible way to come back. And I got pulled out of class one day. I thought I was in trouble, I'm not gonna lie. Turns out it was a presentation for DCA, and it sounded great. A fast way to get back on track, 65 credits. What could possibly go wrong? They said I had to leave home. They said I had to stay with them for 6 months, don't have a phone, nothing. You know, I was pretty skeptical. I didn't want to apply. I waited till the very last day to put in my application. And then when I showed up at DCA for TAC day, and I did a little trial run, I decided I didn't like it, not one bit. But I needed change, and I knew I wasn't gonna be able to do it alone. So when I got accepted and I showed up, I quickly realized that this place wasn't gonna be easy, but it's the change that I needed. I went into DCA with a GPA of 1.4. I successfully graduated DCA and am now back on track to graduate in May and got my GPA up to a 4.0 average. Wow. So. I am proud to say that DCA does work. It will work. You just have to be willing to let it work. Thank you for your time.
Hello there. Thank you again. It's an honor. Lieutenant Colonel Chris Elson with the California National Guard. I'm the director. I get the honor to be the director. So DCA is an incredible partnership with San Joaquin County and the Office of Education. And this program we get to enable our incredible youth to find their true potential. And we're here for you in this county. And thank you for everybody behind me. And again, this graduate came to our program just a few weeks ago with our new class that we're in, and he acted as a mentor and a coach for our incoming kids right now. And to see him at work in that uniform, showing all the things that he earned in his 5 months was an incredible thing. So again, I want to thank you. Thank you.
Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, thank you for members of the board, thank you for recognizing DCA. In my 30 years in law enforcement, and before becoming the elected, I was assigned to the juvenile division for 4 years. I was also a member of the Lodi Unified School Board for 10 years. And in all those experiences, I've never seen a silver bullet like we have in DCA. And that there are only 3 in the state and that we have 1 in our backyard is amazingly fortunate. So thank you, Dr. Brown, for bringing it here. These individuals are very modest, but their graduation rate, their success rate is 85%. And that 85% isn't just who graduates, it's what they're doing 1 year later that they're either in school, gainfully employed, or in the military. And that is literally unheard of in my 30 years of experience. So the word no is not in my vocabulary to DCA, and it should not be in your vocabulary to them either. So thank you very much.
Anybody else? No. Dr. Brown, we have the certificate of appreciation. Before we present that, let me request my colleagues for comments. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Dollywall. Great to see everybody. Thank you very much for the job that you do. You know, thank you, Dr. Brown, on the National Guard, and all the employees and folks that make this program work. We appreciate it. I know I've had the opportunity to go out there and check it out a couple of times, and I've always been. When the first time I think it was mayor at the time, went out there and checked the program out, and I was just flabbergasted how great the program was. I was very, very impressed. So thank you for what you do for our youth here in San Joaquin County, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. It is a successful program. I have a an employee at the Woodbridge Crossing, whose son went through DCA 2 years ago. It's a pleasure not to hear every single night what he was doing. And, there's peace in the household now, and he's been very successful. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gardy?
I think many people in this room have had a lot of opportunities growing up, and I feel like our youth, we lack that right now in exposure to opportunity. So it's great to see success stories, and I think we got to keep that momentum going so that we can carry on to expose the good stuff that's in our county and the opportunities for our youth to build good lives for themselves and good futures. But thank you for all you do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manjaneras, what a success story is so impressive. Thank you, sir. Our best wishes are always with you and your fellow cadets, and thank you for the whole team. Thank you, DCA. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Thanks for obliging me. This is what I wanted, is for people to see a lot of the things that we have in our community, and it offers obviously second chances. When I went out there, Gina and I went on a tour, and Celeste McFadden is on the board. And, it's just amazing people doing amazing work. You guys didn't touch it. I mean, they go out in the community too. I mean, and help and provide, and they're always in their uniform, and they're always courteous. And I mean, it's about the second chances and how you've done that. I mean, it's kudos, and thank you for coming. But it's those celebrations of giving people second chances and what they do with it. And thank you for instilling it. You go out there, they have to stay on the sidewalk. They can't go on the lawn, so we're in the way, of course. And they had to ask permission to go on the lawn. But it was amazing because most of the kids don't get up before noon. And I mean, they start early, and it's lifestyle changes. But I think sometimes it's the kick in the fanny that kids need to say, hey, that you're going to have to grow up. And eventually you need tools because some of the kids are wayward and just need a little bit of direction. And I think this is what this provides for folks, and with a collaboration, obviously, with the County Office of Education and the great work that you guys are doing. I went out for STEM the other day and saw that on Saturday. It's just absolutely amazing that what the resources that we have, and we just have to sometimes find it, because some kids have it in them, but it just doesn't show and come to the surface. So thank you for what you guys. Awesome. Do you want to come on up? I mean, our kids went to school together. Come on, Janine, you got to say something.
Thank you very much. When we received the call last week to come forward and have DCA honored, we were very honored. This has been something that we know that children need. Sometimes it's for many reasons, there are barriers that they might have in their lives, and this does provide the second chance, the stability that they get when they're attending DCA, and it's just a beautiful place. So like Superintendent Brown said, if you haven't been to a graduation, please come the second Saturday in December or the second Saturday in June, and they're at the Bob Hope Theater at 10 a.m. And it's, you need Kleenex. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Supervisor Vice Chair Dollywall. Photo op. Now Supervisor Rickman's going to come up, and he's not going to talk too long because he just harangued me for talking too long. So here, up next, 5th District.
Thank you, Chair Kennapet. This next proclamation was requested by Supervisor Rickman of the 5th District, and this is to proclaim February 2025 as National Cancer Prevention Month in San Joaquin County. And I'd like to invite Jazz Singha, Planning Commissioner and United States Ambassador for World Cancer Care Charitable Society, to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas according to the United States government, over 2 million citizens were diagnosed with cancer in 2024, with over 600,000 losing their lives to it. And whereas research indicates that more than 40% of cancer cases and nearly half of the deaths can be attributed to preventable causes, including excessive alcohol use, smoking, obesity, physical inactivity, and unprotected sun exposure. And whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths for men and women, with 3 out of 10 of these deaths related to cigarette smoking. And whereas for those who currently possess unhealthy habits, lifestyle changes such as quitting smoking, losing weight, regular exercise, use of sunblocks, and limiting sun exposure may reduce the risk of cancer. And whereas a consistently healthy dietary pattern carries the potential of reducing a person's overall risk of contracting cancer by 10 to 20%. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim February 2025 as National Cancer Prevention Month in San Joaquin County. And we encourage all citizens to educate themselves on cancer prevention and put into action these healthy preventative measures. Presented this 11th day of February 2025. Chair Kennapet and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. Jazz, great to see you again. I'm going to turn it over to you to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone, gentlemen here, everybody in the audience. Just want to say thank you so much, Supervisor Rickman, because it's been, you've been doing it for a long time with me, but it's something that's not new. A lot of people know this. I feel very blessed that I'm standing here today. A lot of people may not feel that blessing, but this thing is avoidable if it's caught up early in the stage, and it's very important for to get into the prevention program, where you can always make sure that prevention is better than cure. I personally, I get very emotional when I talk about this because I feel like I got a second chance on life, and I really, I live my life a little bit differently now. People think about little things, you know, somebody said something or something happened in your life. This is a blessing, and you don't have no time for negativity. Rather, you want to spread the good word and say that, you know what, it's okay. Things happen. Life is not always as easy as you think. It might be a silent killer, but you do get the symptoms. The best thing to do is, you know, if you can always do regular exams, take care of your diet. She said a lot of things, so I'm not going to repeat everything. You guys have a heavy agenda. I will just say thank you so much. Supervisor Rickman, you have been not only elected official for so many years, but a good friend who understands with the family. We all know somebody here in this audience, almost everybody, somebody has who's been dealing with cancer or has dealt with cancer, or somebody who has lost somebody with cancer. I don't wish this on anybody. I don't wish this on my worst enemy, because the treatment is worse than the cancer itself. It takes a toll on you. I take it with great gratitude, and you know, I'm thankful when people say you look good, but it's like a double-sided thing. You may look good, sometimes you don't feel good. But you know, you put the face up because you have to say that, you know what, thank you, God. Instead of complaining, you have to say thank you. And I say thank you to you, Supervisor Rickman. I say thank you to the board to take the time, to my friends, my family, and I thank God. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jazz. And I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Thank you, Jasmine. And you are right. We all know somebody who's been touched by cancer, and prevention is better. You know, my dad used to say, you know, I'd come in, you know, I'd fall down or something. I'd say, Dad, it hurts when I do this. He'd say, well, then don't do that. So, you know, that's a great piece of advice that you're spreading, is there are things we can do to limit our exposure and get checked out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Dhaliwal.
When I found out that you were dealing with this situation, I knew you were going to beat it. If there's anybody who can do it, it's you. And I really admire your courage. I'm so glad you're doing good. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Gadea.
If most of you don't know, or you may know, but I come from the fire service, and firefighters are are more likely to die of cancer than any other type of death. So preventive maintenance and preventing early detection or getting early detection is key. And we've had a lot of success rates, and I feel that carried on to the public education, and early detection is key to beating this terrible disease. And I appreciate you sharing your story, your successful story with us, and looking forward to educating our community and beating this terrible way of taking lives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'll say a few words before I turn it back to our chairman. Jazz, thank you very much for being here. We've been friends for forever, and seeing what you had to go through, but hey, thank God you're here with us here today and the positive outcomes. As you mentioned, this is National Cancer Prevention Month, and nobody likes to go to the doctor. I don't know anybody that does, but making sure you get that annual checkup, and if you're older, to get even more checkups to prevent and treat cancer that may show up. We all know somebody. We probably all have somebody in our family. I know for myself, my mom went through cancer treatment last year, as you know, and thank God, positive outcome, and she beat it. But Jazz, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for championing what you champion, and your bravery and your strength, and God bless you, and God bless everybody that has to deal with this, horrible disease. And hopefully someday, with the grace of God, that we'll find a treatment and a cure for, some of these cancers. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chairman. Thank you very much for allowing me to bring this today.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Everybody knows cancer doesn't discriminate, young, old, across races, and I mean, that's the most important thing. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure is what we always were told. But I mean, people are so stubborn like me. I have self-diagnosed white coat syndrome where I don't like going to the doctor. But it's vital that you do, because we have, as our country, everyone always complains about our health care, but we have probably one of the best ways that people can pre-screen. And I think that's the most important part about educating folks, starting young, to say, hey, it's okay to go to the doctor and get preventative care instead of, being proactive instead of reactive. So thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing. We were in Lathrop last night because we got a proclamation for the 175th. Thank you for coming and being an advocate and a survivor. So God bless you for coming, and thank you for shedding light on cancer and awareness. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the view of the supervisors. So first one up, Erica Lopez and Vicky Escalante on deck.
Good morning, board. My name is Erica Peña Lopez, and I've been an IHSS worker in San Joaquin for 1 year and a proud member of SEIU 2015. I speak on behalf of more than 8,000 IHSS workers in San Joaquin with stories and financial struggles just like mine. I currently provide care for my grandmother who needs 24-hour care due to dementia. I love the work I get to do every day, and today I'm here to tell you why IHSS workers like myself urgently need a wage increase in our next union contract. In June of 2024, my grandmother and I were evicted from our home. I had just transitioned out of my former career as a plumber into my current role as my grandmother's full-time caregiver before struggling to pay our rent. For the past 7 months, we've been staying with family while waiting for the next available affordable housing unit in Stockton. Finding a safe and secure home for my grandmother and I is essential to providing her the quality long-term care she needs and deserves. But in order to afford rent or mortgage in San Joaquin, IHSS workers need a higher, more livable wage. I urge you to please pass a strong union contract with higher wages for IHSS workers. The health and safety of San Joaquin's older adults, people with disabilities, and long-term care workers, nearly 18,000 community members, depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Escalante and Aurelia Walker is on deck, please.
Good morning, board. My name is Vicky Escalante. I have been with SEIU for almost 20 years, I want to say, 17, 18, somewhere around there. I lose track. I'm old. But anyway, I was taking care of my mom also for 15 years while working for IHSS as a care provider. I am now one of the board members on the committee dealing with the contract with y'all. So I wanted to thank you for trying to come together for our contract and make sure that we are getting what we need to have a living wage. And I wanted to say, basically, thank you for the timeliness, because last time it was such a long ordeal and it was like pulling teeth trying to get a few cents on the table. This time it's been so much more pleasurable to work with your team and our team together, and it seems like we're coming to an end at this point. So maybe by this next time we won't have to be seeing our beautiful faces anymore and your beautiful faces. So, but on a more lively note, I just wanted to thank you all for the collaboration with our two boards. Our two committees in the bargaining and negotiation process. So thank you all, and I will hand it over to our next member.
Thank you. Perfect. Bob Johnson's after Aurelia.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Aurelia Walker. I've been a caregiver for my grandson since 2019. I'm also a proud member of SEIU 2015 and a founder of Mike's Playground, a nonprofit organization dedicated to serving special needs children and their families, not to mention caregivers. I'm speaking to you here today because it's important to remind you about who IHS workers are and the hardships we face. IHS workers are people who chose this profession with compassion, for others just like you. However, in doing this work, IHSS members experience deep financial stress. 75% of IHSS workers must work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Nearly 50% of IHS workers have trouble paying for housing in San Joaquin County. And lastly, 50% of IHS workers skip doctor visits to take care of their own health because of the cost. In many cases, we drive to other cities to care for others, paying out of our pocket of high-cost gas. Please don't misunderstand me. I am trying to drive a force to where you can hear me. I am my grandson's caregiver, to allow my daughter to have an opportunity to have work and financial sources for her and my grandson. I took on this responsibility after retiring of 33 years in the insurance industry, to make sure that my grandson can remain in the comfort of and the safety of our family home instead of moving him into a group home. Many caregivers make choices to keep our families together and make the community better. You all have an opportunity right now to make our community a better place by raising wages for IHS workers who bring so much empathy, beauty, value in our lives. Our program in this primary paid by state and federal, our jobs deserve the financial security as well as the state federal employees. I ask you, please hear me. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Johnson and Carla Huney is on deck.
You remember me last meeting, we talked about currency devaluation and the ability of holding gold as a hedge against currency devaluation and protection? Thank you, ma'am. Sorry about that. And holding, thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. And holding gold as a core asset against currency devaluation. Now, I didn't have a chance to finish because we have 3 minutes, but before you, if you even consider, right, by purchasing gold and holding it within the San Joaquin County, send out a survey to your pensioners, send out a survey and ask them even if they want to do this, right? If they even want to purchase gold, because it will reduce their payouts, right? Because you're diverting gold into your money into something else and you're taking possession of it. And gold doesn't pay any interest, but it does reflect the devaluation and the purchasing power of the currency, right? So send out a survey first and see if anybody wants to do this, right? Say, hey, we're thinking about 1% or 5%, somewhere in there, to divert your contributions into the purchase of physical gold and take possession of it within San Joaquin County. And these are the reasons why, and leave a comment section for them, because they may have some comments, really good comments you want to hear. Second, where would you store it? Well, I personally, if I would store it, I would talk to the sheriff and store it down at the sheriff's department, buy a safe, right? The sheriff possibly could make a profit off of this. If it turns out the way I think, and they will devalue the currency, well, then other pension funds will want it, within San Joaquin County, may want to purchase physical gold. And then they could store it at the sheriff's, and the sheriffs could earn a return on that. Figure it out somehow, okay? When I was here last time, gold was $27.90. It hit $29.60 last night. So the price is up, and it's going up. So if you do consider this and you do start buying, you buy every month, boom, like clockwork, whether it's high, whether it's low, you dollar cost average in, okay, to protect your retirements. And last week, President Trump, along with Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, said he wanted to put the assets, on the side of the balance sheet to work. To me, they're going to have to revalue the dollar against gold. They're going to have to. And you want to be there before the trade is made. Because after they flick the switch, you got what you got. Okay? So that's the way I look at it. And tell them about what Modi did 5 years ago, wanting to call in the gold. Tell them. And anyways, thank you, gentlemen.
Sorry, we can't engage. The sheriff's back there. He's all for having gold at the sheriff's department, so. No, I understand. I'm not supposed to engage. Go ahead, Supervisor Gardia. So there are avenues. We have SJ Sarah and the deferred comp. So I think somebody could look at it, and maybe you're going to speak to that for a short comment. We can't engage, but I think if we can get you in to the right folks in the right departments, possibly to answer your questions, and whether or not we could even do it. So Supervisor Gardia.
Exactly.
I see the badge that you have on it, and I believe that you work for, and we can't engage, but that you work for the city of Stockton, which is CalPERS, and so I can't speak for CalPERS, but SJ Sarah has assets of $4.7 billion and has a lot of money tied into gold already. So
Well,
it's
is it
something.
in physical form? And do you have it in San Joaquin County?
Perfect, sir. Sorry, we can't engage. Sorry, I apologize. But we can have a meeting. So Supervisor Gardia, if you'd be willing to set it up with Mr. Johnson, I appreciate it. So
Sure.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Carla Huney and Pandora Crowder, you're on deck.
Just a note, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
In case, Carla, okay, because I am going to be pulling a couple of the items that you're
This doesn't have
interested in.
anything to do with that.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. You may or may not know I'm part of the San Joaquin Stanislaus Cattlewomen. And last board meeting, the night before, that night, I sent out an email to the board to say we were doing the Stockton Ag Venture. And I want to thank all of you, Chairman Canepa, Sandy Regallo, Supervisor Gardia, Supervisor Ding, I believe DA Freitas was there, and then also Katie Albertson. We appreciate it, and I understand we have other ones coming up because you usually go to Tracy and stuff. But the ag is so important in our area, and what Ag Venture for is for third graders. So every third grader in the county is available to come to one of the four. And it's an all-volunteer program except for the facilitator. And it just tells them all about ag. We go and we talk about cattle byproducts, and it's more than just meat and all that kind of thing. So the kids are there about 2 hours and 15 minutes. We see in the four different ones, we see over 10,000 third graders. So one reason I wanted to bring this to your attention, the grant has ended, and right now the three that are left on the agenda for this year do not have any funding. So whatever you could do to help facilitate that would be very much appreciated, because if we don't advocate for ag, it's going to go away. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. So thank you.
Thank you for doing that. It's an absolutely amazing program, and I kidnapped CAO Regallo, and we went out there, and it is an absolute amazing program. I know we're not supposed to talk after this, but I think it's important that we keep it going. Steve Gutierrez started it as a county supervisor many, many years back, so we need to find the funding, because a lot of those folks, even I learned something, that 99% of a cow is used, so I'm smarter than a third grader at this point. But it's those things of how we grow as human beings, and the knowledge that you learn on a daily and that you share with folks, I think is important and vital. So.
And Mr. Chairman, since you broke the rules, I got to tell you a story too. I'm listening to Carla talk about 99% of the cow being used. She holds up the tub of Jell-O, and she's talking about what goes into the Jell-O, and the little kid looks at her and goes, "Does that mean my mom's not a vegan?"
Right? Sharing is caring. Thank you. Pandora and Christina, can't get the last name, Gilardi is on deck, please.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Pandora Crowder. I know I've met a couple of you before. I am the president of the Conway Homes Resident Council. I reside in low-income housing, public housing with the housing of the County of San Joaquin. I'm here just to bring light to some things that have been happening in the world, and I kind of want to put a face to what's happening. With the executive orders that have stopped the DEI funding, we in Stockton are already starting to feel those hits as far as a program called REACH that I don't know the acronym, but my friends behind me do. It is a program that serves our most underserved Black and Brown communities for a healthier living. And I will tell you that I've been with REACH for a very long time, volunteering my time. In fact, when I first started doing my advocacy work, it was with REACH. And in that time, it started off as, not gonna lie, they kind of bullied me into doing this stuff. And in that time, though, I had suffered a heart attack twice, and they were there to support my family and myself. They helped me get through quitting smoking after 30 years, and they've helped me lose over 100 pounds in 2 years. So we all talk about, and all of our politicians campaign on, we want a safer, healthier communities, we want safer and healthier cities, and that's going to have to now be, unfortunately, pushed more onto our counties and our cities with the breakdown of what's happening throughout the nation. So I'm asking that you remember this gorgeous face and know that we need to keep continuing to help our families. We need to continue to make those changes in our supermarkets. And I really urge you all to get to know public health advocates and the programs that they offer, especially with REACH, and try and help absorb them into everything that we do so that we don't lose that necessity of a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Gilardi and Isabel Perez is on deck, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Christina Gilardi, and I'm the Director of Research and Learning at Public Health Advocates. And I'm here today to support my colleagues and Pandora and all of the members of your community, our community, that have been impacted by all that is happening at the federal level. So Public Health Advocates has been around for 25 years. It's our 25th anniversary, and we have been engaging communities in policy advocacy to improve health outcomes across the state. And like Pandora mentioned, we have multiple projects here in Stockton and in San Joaquin. And I'm here today specifically to talk about REACH, which is our Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health project. And I'll let my colleagues who are here speak more about the details of the project. But I want really to underscore the impact that the federal government is having on this community right here, right now, and the detrimental effects of the executive orders that are cascading down despite being paused. There are layoffs happening, there are programs being canceled, and people's day-to-day lives are being impacted. Specifically related to the DEI orders, right? So we know that there are critical disparities in health in San Joaquin County and across the country. And every dollar that gets paused, even for a day, impacts the lives and well-beings of people right here in your community. So what we are asking is for you to use your positionality to lift up the voices of your community and let our U.S. representatives know that people's lives are at stake and they are being impacted today, even though there have been pauses in these actions. This is not an abstract concept. So we're asking you to use your positionality to make the voice heard of the people for the people of San Joaquin County, and asking you to double down on your investments that are really helping to support and meet the needs of those who are most in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isabel Perez and Erica Burton is on deck, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Isabel Perez. I work with Public Health Advocates, and I manage the Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health program, known as REACH. For 25 years, Public Health Advocates has challenged the social, political, and economic systems that perpetuate racial, economic, and health disparities. Public Health Advocates is a team of diverse, creative, and strategic people committed to tackling unjust systems. With that, I'm bringing awareness to you today as the DEI executive order is threatening our programs and placed a freeze on our REACH funding on January 28th, which laid off all of our program staff. On Monday, February 3rd, funding was reinstated, but with uncertainty. This is truly burdening the communities we serve. I'm here today to ask for your support and resources, if any, to help us continue our funding. With that, we really want to continue our work serving the underserved communities here. Specifically, our program reaches out to African communities who are underserved here in Stockton. So please, whatever you can provide us, whatever information or support we ask for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Erica Burton, Hadijah Fox is on deck, please.
Good morning,
Bless you.
Board of Supervisors. My name is Erica Burton, and I'm the Program Specialist with REACH, which stands for Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health with Public Health Advocates. Two key strategies that I focus on are nutrition and our REACH teen program. Since 2018, REACH has partnered with over 35 community-based and faith-based organizations here in Stockton to advance health equity. Stockton's Black and underserved communities already face limited access to healthy food. Many neighborhoods are food deserts with few grocery stores and an overabundance of fast food chains. Through REACH, we've worked with local Black farmers to expand access to fresh food by supporting community food distributions, healthy cooking classes, and culturally relevant nutrition education. Without REACH, fewer families will have access to fresh fruits and vegetables, leading more children to rely on processed foods and sugary drinks. This shift would only worsen the already high rates of obesity, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses in communities of color. Our youth already face significant health disparities. Black children experience higher rates of obesity, asthma, and preventable chronic illnesses due to systematic inequities. That's why we launched REACH Teen, a program for young girls of color ages 13 to 18. Through REACH funded programs or youth programs, we provide fitness activities, mental health workshops, culturally tailored education on healthy eating, leadership training, and advocacy opportunities. Our REACH Teen curriculum equips young girls with the skills to advocate for their communities while providing real-world experiences through volunteer work. Without REACH, we risk more young people growing up without the tools they need to succeed. REACH has never been just a program. It's been a lifeline for faith-based organizations, nutrition programs, and youth health initiatives. Without it, we risk reversing years of progress in health equity. I urge you to support us and bring awareness with the need of DEI-focused programs in our community. We must continue investing in initiatives that address the health disparities our communities face every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Khadijah Fox and Mary Nicholson is on deck, please.
Good morning. My name is Khadijah Fox. I am the Associate Program Manager at REACH with Public Health Advocates. And I want to start my comments off with just kind of awareing you all of some pretty jarring statistics. In San Joaquin County Valley, So we have some of the highest rates of infant mortality here in San Joaquin County. According to the California Department of Public Health, San Joaquin County has the highest rates of Black infant mortality in 2023 with 12.4 deaths per 1,000 live births. And then according to the CDC, in 2021, 69.9 Black mothers died, which is 2.6 more than their counterparts. As of 2022, that number did drop down to 49.6, and that is due to the advocacy and the support of services such as doulas and lactation educators. I want to bring that to what we do here at REACH. We do support nonprofits and churches in the African American community by providing them with lactation support and lactation safe spaces by encouraging them to breastfeed more and also look into the perinatal needs of their own families. So this also reduces the disparities that they're facing. Breastfeeding is linked to reducing preterm birth and also other disparities that our mothers are facing and our infants as well. So by us losing our funding, it would also obviously support encouraging more disparities in our community. The REACH program has supported, again, many communities. A lot of them are here today. We have partnered with the Divine Birth Academy, which is a doula academy here, which is offering free doula services as well. And so with us losing our funding, we don't only have, I'm sorry, give me a second. My nerves are a little shaky right now. Let me just shake them all out here. So we really just want to ask that you all just use your position to support us by any means necessary. Speaking to the U.S. representatives to just kind of bring awareness to what it is that we do here and how it would affect our community if we were to lose our funding just across the board. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mary Nicholson. On a side note, they're having a forum at Stanislaus State tonight on inequalities. So there's I know Naja from Community Leadership Health Foundation is going to be chairing. I think it's at 6 o'clock at Stanislaus State. So for all of these, for infant, Black infant discussions and getting help for. You're on the panel. Great. Was I right? 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock tonight at Stanislaus State. So there's a public service announcement for you. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yesterday was my 22nd anniversary of being a survivor. I had a brain aneurysm, a subarachnoid bleed, and then an ischemic stroke on the operating table, and a grand mal seizure. Cognitive damage. I had to learn how to talk, couldn't even make out a sentence. I had to learn how to walk. But you see people, you talk to people and they say, well, did you see that yellow light? Well, I don't know what your spiritual connection is, but I was seeing the light. And then I heard a voice so loud that I've never heard before. And it said, if you want to stay, you got to make a commitment to change some things. Are you going to do that? Are you willing to do that? And I wasn't given a lot of time. And I said, yes, I will stay. I will do everything I can to affect change in relationship to stroke in this community. I came from a background in broadcasting in a metropolitan area, but if you don't know what exists, you do not miss it. And nothing is good or bad except by comparison. You know it, I know it. And when you start looking at the numbers here in San Joaquin County, the numbers were not looking good. But if you only look at the data, comparing everything going on here. It's like my grandson coming home with a report card, and he got an opportunity to put his own grade down. It's always going to look good. And so I came here today because yesterday I stopped and I realized, man, I've come a long way. And the first job that I was given, the first task, was to put on a disability fair. I had no idea how many people in this community have disabilities. But then I realized that stroke is the leading cause of long-term disability. But besides that, it was more than just a disability fair. It was a learning disability fair. And I was somehow sitting on the mayor's task force for persons with disabilities. All of these things led to me being here today. I am truly blessed to be here because Healings in Motion was an agency that I started. And the whole concept is you reach out to help somebody else at whatever capacity you are in. And that is what heals. That is what inspires. And when I came here,
Thank you.
my husband was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer before I even got here. And so that put me on my journey and made me stay. So at any rate, Sonny, you know, you were one of the first people that I met. You've known me for a long time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sharing
and I
is caring, but
appreciate
thank
the
you. I
time.
have to.
I understand.
Thank you.
But
So.
this is the first time I've
Sorry.
talked over because it warrants it.
Thank
and
you.
I stayed here, and I don't have the time to stay here, but it was important for me to be here.
Appreciate you. Thank you for coming. We have 2 more comments, and then we'll open it up if anyone else. Bob Bentz and Omar Guerrero is on deck, please.
Forgive me, I didn't have a chance to prepare remarks, but I've been sitting here for some time observing. You guys know me. I've lived here all my life, nearly 78 years. I'm looking around at what's going on, what's affecting all of us, many of us more dramatically than others. I serve on the board of Port City Patriots, what you guys might know as DAV Charities of San Joaquin County. And every week, I have an honorably discharged veteran coming to me for help with his damn PG&E bill. I'm not trying to belittle people who don't contribute significantly to our existence. But somehow our veterans get left behind. I'm here today saying, because I've been observing, each of you make a significant contribution to the community. You observe things that perhaps you don't speak up about, but you see things that you know intuitively. I'm asking, since you're in the beginning of your term, and I know you have discretionary funds, I'm not going to ask you for a handout. What I'm going to ask you for is a hand up. Those discretionary funds would go a lot further if you were able to reach out into the community, organize significant fundraising activities because people will respond to you, and raise funds for, I don't know, how about PG&E bills for disabled veterans who aren't standing here asking for your help, but desperately need it. We have a golf tournament coming up in May. I hope you guys will join us. But I'd like to see you increase the velocity and the impact of your discretionary funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Omar.
Good morning, board members. My name is Omar Guerrero, and I am a United States citizen. I've been a Manteca resident for 25 years, as well as a San Joaquin County resident for the same amount of time. And I stand up here today because my story and the story of so many others in this country is currently being under attack. My story is one of immigration. My story is one of my parents who came here from Jalisco, Mexico, and Michoacan, Mexico, and have now been naturalized through the wonderful actions of bipartisan actions that took place in the 80s. But that's a dream that I share with millions of others across the world and in this country, and like I mentioned, is now under direct attack from our executive branch. And as of January 20th, like I mentioned, the basic human rights of your neighbors, of my family, and of people in this county are under attack by the blatant and illegal actions of this executive branch. And I am up here to remind you all that you all as elected officials have the duty to step up and to protect the rights of your fellow neighbors like myself and of my family and of undocumented residents that live and reside in San Joaquin County. And like I mentioned, it is your duty to speak up when your co-constituents are coming and speaking and pouring their heart outs during these public comments. During the January 28th meeting, a activist and a mental health advocate came here and spoke during the public comment portion, and unfortunately you all were unable to hear him because you all did not have a translator, and he spoke Spanish. And I think that is a failure of this board and of every single community member that speaks Spanish and that wants to hear the voices of their Spanish-speaking community members, that you all do not have a translator here or access to translation services to make sure that every single person understood what that man was saying. And I am up here to remind you all that he came to speak on behalf of 100 farm workers and co-workers that he shared were too terrified to show up to work in the wake of their executive orders that are taking place right now. And board member Ding, you responded to him by saying that this is an apolitical board and that you are responding in common sense. And I ask you that if you are truly committed to your apolitical stance, you would realize that your duty as an elected official is to protect the Constitution of the United States and to protect your constituents, not to propagate the same propaganda of common sense that our current executive branch is claiming to execute with their orders. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have translation services that are available, correct? And then, so if somebody notifies us that there is a need, that's available. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. If we receive a request for reasonable accommodations in advance, we can make every effort possible to meet those needs. We have guaranteed ASL interpreters. We do not necessarily have guaranteed Spanish-speaking interpreters, but if we did receive a request in advance, we absolutely would try to
So in the future, if that is a request or something that's needed, then we can accommodate and figure out ways to do that. We've looked also into other forms at CSAC and what we could possibly do to better communicate with folks in our community. So it's something that we have been looking into, so.
It's not necessarily something that we can always accommodate, but we would certainly try. And people are welcome to bring interpreters with them. And I believe at the meeting, we did have a member of the public that was able to interpret for the speaker that came down, and then the speaker was also able to communicate with some limited English.
Okay. Point taken, Omar. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak before we move on? Seeing none, we'll move on to the minutes. We're going to get a motion.
So moved.
In a second. Call for the vote. There's two of them on here from regular meeting and the strategic workshop, and my computer's not loaded.
Is your computer not responding? We can do, it's fixed?
No, it's not. It's not
Okay.
on.
Would you like me to do a roll call vote?
Yes,
real quick?
please.
Supervisor Gardia? Yes. Supervisor Dhaliwal?
Yes.
Supervisor Ding?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to consent item. Board members, if there's any consent items that you would like pulled for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 3, 5, 6, 7, and I ask that 7 be moved first. We have some departing guests that I'd like to recognize.
So 3, 5, 6, and 7. Supervisor Gardia. Number 1. Vice Chair Dollywell? None. And Supervisor Rickman? Okay. First one up is Supervisor Gardia and consent item 1. Oh, sorry. Which one would you like forwarded?
Number 7.
Number 7 is, sorry, and he asked because he has folks here that are. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Gardia, is that okay with you? Okay, thank you. If I could have Juan and Mercedes and Shannon Ding and Brenna Gutierrez come up, and is it Camila, the newest diver. So kind of like 2 weeks ago when we invested $6,000 into funds for vouchers for spade and neuter. It was a great investment by this board that will allow us to spade and neuter 300 dogs, and it was in partnership with a private individual. I think everybody knows Juan. I mean, you're like San Joaquin County's Time Magazine Man of the Year. I read the story yesterday or the day before about your daughter getting into the water. I don't know who's braver, you or your daughter, because I think I'd just flip out and drown if my daughter tried something like that. Congratulations, very brave. And I would like to not only thank you, but I'm sure you have a board. You know, a lot of times members of your board and support team don't get the accolades. They just do the work. So I want to thank them as well. Shannon Ding, no relation. Love you, honey. From Cal Water, and Brenna Gutierrez. I love saying that. She just recently got married last month, so I'm practicing. Brought this to my attention. And what they had asked for, and again, this is a great investment, was my understanding. Well, why don't you tell me exactly what you're looking for? Because I don't know what this radar sonic thingamajigger, the wetsuit, I understand. But basically, it's an investment of what is it, $8,200 to make sure San Joaquin County's most popular diver can continue to serve this community. Juan?
Yeah, thank you, Board of Supervisors. So what we're asking for is a hand sonar which detects bodies under the water. So the way I search for sons and daughter is just going down the water and dive. With this sonar will allow us to search from the surface, and the sonar is going to detect any body under the water. Once we detect, we're going to know how deep is the body, how far is from us, and we're going to be able to dive in the target and not just doing a random search that I'm doing right now.
Thank you. Camila, so you've done one dive?
I've done only one dive so far, going down and then looking for someone.
And how old are you?
22.
Well, yeah, thank you for following in your dad's footsteps. Shannon Ding from Cal Water or Brenna from Spanos?
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman Canepa. As you know, Cal Water serves over 100 communities in California. And over the winter, two boys who were on a fishing trip, or I'm sorry, a hunting trip, went missing in Lake Oroville. And during that time, the Heredia family was there for weeks over the Christmas and New Year's holiday, searching for these boys to bring some closure to their families. It was during that time that I reached out to Mercedes to see if we could help them with hotel rooms or anything else that they might need. And that's when she shared with me that there was a piece of sonar equipment that was damaged during that search. And the only way that they were able to continue their work was through another member of the Dyke community that had shipped his piece of apparatus from the East Coast as a loaner so that one could continue to search. So it was then that I realized that there was a really significant need. So I started making phone calls to try to see if we could raise the money to cover the cost of the replacement apparatus. I reached out to Brenna at AG Spanos Companies, and they said yes. And then we reached out to you, Supervisor Ding, and it was through this public-private partnership that we were able to make this happen. And we were also, we learned about the need for his dry suit. I don't know the difference, but something else that is really, really critical to keeping him safe and enabling him to accomplish his goal. So thank you so much for your leadership. Sorry. And the partnership. We really, really, truly appreciate being able to make this happen for them.
Brenna?
Yeah, certainly, on behalf of AG Spanos Companies, thank you all. Juan and the work that he is doing and his family are doing brings closure to so many people, and that's certainly something that brings great comfort to the Spanos family and to all of us here that he's able to help so many families throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a final note, what I really appreciate is the private-public partnership, not just coming, here every time somebody says, we need you to pay for this. They stepped up, they got skin in the game, and it's a great investment. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Supervisor Gardia, and then I had some closing comments.
What you do is I've done it, and it is the most difficult and dangerous job, rescue diving. Stockton Fire Department used to provide a rescue dive team at Fire Station number 6 for many, many years, but because of the amount of calls that the fire station was responding to, it was unable to maintain the dive team. So I've done many, many water dives. Dry suit is definitely instrumental, especially diving in the Delta, because you're diving on the bottom of the Delta where you're pretty much in a dry suit is almost a hazmat suit. It's critical that you receive that dry suit, and the service and the closure you're bringing to the families is not replaceable. But I commend what your team does, and I look forward to helping out in the future and providing some extra equipment and maybe a little bit of my experience diving for many, many years. But I appreciate everything you do, and you're definitely, you guys are heroes. And the spotlight you're bringing to our county and where you're from is very, very awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for what you do. It's ironic that you come today because my nephew is on boating and waterways, and the sheriff stood up our own dive team in San Joaquin County. And he called me last night and he said, Uncle Paul, I was born to do this. And I said, slow down there. It's his first day of training. But if the sheriff could come forward and kind of explain to the program, and I appreciate what Juan does, because obviously liability-wise, we as a county can't tell Juan what to do because the liability and the risk that comes with it. But I think it is these partnerships, and I mean, how we do it, because we'd have to wait for other dive teams and other apparatus, and I forget what it is when you give other jurisdictions your folks to use. So thank you for what you do and how you do it, and spent your Christmas out in that freezing cold water, and your family taking time away from their family. But just so everybody knows that we do hear folks in our county, and we respond. And so I'll take this moment to share Sheriff Withrow's new dive team aspect, and not to steal any of your thunder, but it is the private-public partnership, and I think it's important.
No, absolutely. I appreciate the chance coming up, and we have been on scene several times where he's come out and helped, and we've always used fire to do the diving for us, whether it was our local fire here, or we'd call other agencies from other areas, and thanks to your guys' support and the CAO's support, we've formed our own dive team now. We've got all our own equipment, and you guys have, before we had the dive team, you guys got us the sonar units that go above the water and would help us locate and things like that. And oftentimes, just because of safety standards and things like that we go by, we have to pull out and wait, and are not able to complete or find victims sometimes. And these guys have stepped in and been willing to take that risk and go back in and continue that work. So it's always nice to get a great conclusion for a family to get their loved one back. Unfortunately, most of the time, not the happy ending that they want, but the closure is so important to the family. And so to have other resources in our area to be able to do that for families is just amazing. But I can't wait till our guys are just going through their training, and they'll become master divers, and so hopefully we never need to use them again. But if we do, then we'll be here for families.
Thank you for standing that up. So thank you guys all for coming. Any other further comments? Do we open this up for the public, if anyone from the public would like to speak? Anybody in the public? Thank you. Supervisor Ding, very good. Thank you for coming, and Juan, thank you, and Mercedes and family, thank you for what you do for our community. I mean, it's very heartfelt, and all the Facebook posts and everything for the, putting your life at risk to help have closure for people is important. And Mercedes, thank you for supporting your husband and all the endeavors and being a good community leader. So much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Gardia, sorry about that. You're number one.
My only question is, do we have a time scheduled for that event?
Through the chair, I'll ask the director to come up and respond.
You can smile a little bit, Director. You can smile. It's a happy place.
Easy question.
Easy question. I don't remember the answer. My name is Richard Sokol. I'm the airport director. Through the chair. The easy answer is, I believe it's 9 to 3 on that Saturday. And that's a fluid, it can be more hours or less, but I believe it's 9 to 3. And I did not bring that with me. Sorry.
And through the chair, we'll make sure that we get the information out to the supervisors.
This is exciting, though, because we went to Youth Aviation Day, and it was a home run. There was more people, and I think you guys, I guess it's a good problem to get caught off guard with. So it was amazing. We went out there and spoke, and the the outpouring of people that wanted something to do. It was a beautiful day. So, I mean, this is what we're trying to duplicate for everybody, not just youth, for an open house to see what's going on out there at the airport.
The focus of this event will be broader. We'll have more hands-on displays. We've had a tentative pledge of an airliner being on display for people to tour. And so it'll be a little bit broader focus than we've had in the past. So we'll probably have a few more hours than we did last time. I think it's 9 to 3.
Nice. Thank you for what you've been doing out there. I mean, we've been kicking it up a notch and trying to get new carriers and, public awareness to come and see the jewel that we have out there at the airport, and how we can utilize it and make it better and make it more user-friendly for stealing people away from our fellow airports in the communities that, we could do just as good as they can. So if we start flying people out or fly people in, then I think it's a win-win for everybody.
We want the community to understand more what's going on at the airport and to get them out to the facility and actually see what we're doing.
Perfect. Much appreciated. Any more comments, questions from the board? Supervisor Ding, you good? Good. All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding, consent number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, you know what, since he's standing here, the other reason I wanted to pull this, about, what was it, a year? How long have you been here? A year and a half?
Coming up on 2 years.
Coming up on 2. You've been such a breath of fresh air. You've been aggressive in putting things together. You haven't hesitated. We met with one of our new city councilmen from Stockton, Jason Lee, whose area surrounds the airport. He had some questions. And very happy to host us and put that together. Anyway, I just wanted to say that your efforts are recognized, and it's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. We're trying very hard to maximize the value of this asset to the community, and there's several different ways to do that. One is as a place of employment, but also as a place of air transportation, airline service, and we're trying to bring both of those along.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, he came on when we got elected. All right, Supervisor Ding, we have that was number 5. Number 5 is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always think it's important to recognize those individuals that serve on the different boards and commissions. This round, Geneva Murad, Robert Tudavaki, Diego Oligari, Joaquin, Richard Rodriguez, Brooke McCullough, to 6 different committees. And most of these individuals that serve, they've been in public service for a long time, whether it's with the city, the county, with the agriculture interests. But I saw, he's going to kill me. I saw Robert Tudavaki's name on here, and Mario, you obviously know him, or are you too young? So how many years ago, 30-something years ago, I used Robert, he was running, or there was somebody running for office, and I needed a fireman for a photo, and they send out this chiseled model named Robert Tudavaki, that just was all over these mailers, and everybody thought I hired him from Hollywood or something. But anyway, it's good to see you, my friend. I just wanted to say thank you.
I don't know if he massacred your name. Isn't it Tuatabuki or something like that, right? All right, so.
I think you guys
we
all
won't,
had it wrong.
I'm sorry. We won't hold that against Ding since he's known you for 30 years.
Chair Canepa, can I ask Tui to come up and speak? I'd like to say a couple words too.
You have the floor. You can share the floor. State your name so we can berate you when you're done.
It's Robert Tui Tavuki.
There we go.
That's why everybody calls me Tui. Thank you for the opportunity. When I'm going to pick on you a little bit there, Supervisor Gardia. I was sitting at home. I've been retired for over 10+ years, and I'm like, oh, this is great, retired. I don't have to do this, because when I retired, I was a fire marshal for the city of Stockton, and then I decided to become a fire chief for Waterloo Murata and McCollum Fire District. So when I retired, I'm like, I'm gonna enjoy my retirement. I'm gonna go on cruises, which my wife books just about every other month. And I thought, this is great. And then Supervisor Gardia said, hey, what do you think about being a planning commissioner? I'm going, oh, that means I gotta go back in quasi-political government, blah, 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 blah. And I thought about it, and I talked to Grunsky, and I did some homework, and I went, okay, you know what? This is an opportunity for me to serve again. And yes, I have a foundational background with bureaucracy and government and being the fire marshal and being an ex-fire chief. I understand the political, navigational, geographical places you have to go to get things done and businesses. I said, this makes sense. So I'm gonna do it. One comment. I know this is taped. My wife said, is that what you're gonna wear? I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna it's a consent item. I'm just gonna sit there and go, yeah, okay, let's go. She said, yeah, you should have wore a button-down shirt, a sports coat. I said, nah, it's all right, it's gonna go fine. But anyway, I appreciate it. And I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna bring all the 30 years of fire service experience and my experience with the fire prevention and with city government and a little bit with county government. And I'm gonna make the best decisions for the community. I am an advocate for business. I will stand up and do my homework and make sure that as a planning commissioner, my vote will be the best vote because I'm gonna do my homework. And I'm gonna think through things and I understand the implications of it. It's not easy sometimes, but it is worth it. And public service is a tough one. Political issues are tough. They are very tough. But at the end of the day, you have to have integrity, and I will bring that to the Planning Commission. And I appreciate your vote of support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've known too. It's up to you.
Okay.
And I appreciate the blue collar. You don't have to have a button up. I'm sitting up here trying to breathe with this tie on right now, which I'm not used to wearing a suit too much. But no, 27 years in the Stockton Fire Department. It's been heavily involved in the community with multiple aspects of it. But something I don't think he gets recognized in 2010 was a vital role in the Haiti earthquake in rescue and recovery. So he has experience in very, very big, catastrophes that affected a lot of people. And so I like when I asked Tavuki to be on the planning commission is that it's common sense. He's bringing common sense, and I know he's going to do the homework and put the time in to make educated decisions that's going to benefit the community. But I appreciate you taking the time from your family and dedicating more time to this community.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for coming out of retirement. I think emergency preparedness is important. Obviously, the OES and kicking that up is important, and having people that have served publicly. And thank you for your service at the city of Stockton. When I did a couple of tours there at the city council, so your name is well known and respected in the community. So thanks.
And just one final comment. If you don't ever want to talk to him again, you don't have to. Here's the best part about a planning commissioner is I haven't talked to mine. I mean, we say hello, but you have a very important job, and his opinion, my opinion, it doesn't matter. After you get done, then it'll come back to the board. My planning commissioner loves it because he hated talking to me all the time, so now he doesn't have to at all.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
I want to share something with you. First of all, congratulations for being appointed.
Thank you.
I served as a planning commissioner in city of Lathrop for 3 years. That's how my journey started. Planning commission is a school for future council members, and then some of them end up here. So if you think you retired, I don't think so. I think that.
So it's boot camp. You're in boot camp. You're in Planning Commission boot
So,
camp.
please be ready.
Oh, boy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Questions, comments? Any public comments? Mr. Tudivuki? No, hearing none. We'll move on to the next item. And Supervisor Ding, you're the man of the day. Number 6, item 6.
I'm trying to
elections.
get off of Supervisor Rickman's Christmas card list, and I'm doing it rather quickly here. Yes, 6, approve the Election Advisory Commission's recommendation to send letters to the President of the United States and the Governor of the State of California regarding voter registration and identification requirements to federal and state elections. Thank you for joining us. I understand Olivia as at hearing. This is kind of a kumbaya session. We've had back and forth over this last 2 years about, the election process. The Election Advisory Committee was stood up to bring some sunlight into our election process, to make sure everybody understood, regardless of the outcomes, that there was a fair process going on. And we talked about drop boxes and computers and everything else throughout the year, the 2 years before the election. But when it was all said and done, it gave us a chance, and you could probably comment on this too, the costs associated. It wasn't just whether in New York City today, evidently they're voting on whether to allow 100,000 people to vote in their elections, whether they're citizens or not. They're actually putting it before saying you shouldn't have to be a citizen to vote in an election. What we're not doing is we're not getting into a partisan debate here. When we started this discussion, we were probably leading the country in this conversation, but now everybody's kind of realizing that not only citizenship ought to mean more than just a draft card and, something else, but there's certain rights that you have there, but there's also costs. And those costs have just absolutely, by doing same-day registration to where there's no voter list, the amount of staff time, you've got the state now coming in, and they're saying that one of the assembly bills is we're going to require that we count all of our ballots within 3 days. Well, when you start with voters that aren't even on the voter list, and they're doing same-day registration, and you're not required to have ID, it just, the whole thing's gotten ridiculous. So getting together with the Election Advisory Committee, and I got their recommendations requiring voter identification, which most people think you need an ID anyway. It was kind of ill thought out, how's that? Instead of stupid or what have you. And then the same-day voting has really caused a problem, same-day registration, as far as getting that together on cost. Did you want to comment, Josh?
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Josh Bronco, Deputy County Administrator, and I have with me Annabelle Alonzo, an election supervisor from the department. We're available to answer any questions, but just to echo what you were describing, the department is supportive of these letters from the standpoint of streamlining the election administration process, allowing them to actually conduct the election and count the votes quicker and therefore potentially cheaper, as Supervisor Ding indicated. And so if there are any other questions, we're happy to answer, but just wanted to be available.
Before we started, actually, Mario, Supervisor Dollywall or Vice Chair Dollywall had brought this back. So you had the chance to read the letter, because that was one of the points, is the letter wasn't in the original packet. So before I get to Supervisor Gardia, if you would like to add any comments or questions about why we brought this back.
Thank you, sir. I did have a chance to read the letters, and I'm okay with it.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Gardia, you have the floor.
So recently educated on some of the cost of our elections. So can you educate me a little bit on cost recovery from the feds and the state when it comes to our elections?
Thank you, Supervisor Gardia. So the Registrar of Voters is actually going to be presenting at the next board meeting a full presentation about billing and election cost recovery. So they can answer that question more fully at that point. Was that okay?
Sure, but from my understanding that there is no cost recovery from the feds or the state when it comes to ballots.
Yes, that is accurate. Yeah, the state and federal governments do not provide reimbursement for conducting those elections. It's strictly the county and then the local agencies that are funding that process.
So basically, we're on the hook for all the policies and the rules that are put in place. The counties are on the hook for the costs,
Yes, sir.
which doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Chairman.
So it's what do you call unfunded mandates that we deal with quite often. So Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real quick on that on that issue, and to our counselor, I know we discussed it when we had a meeting about unfunded mandates, and that's been a big issue here, of course, in the state, and been mentioned in CSAC and so on. You discussed that with our that office.
Through the chair, yes. At the last county council meeting I went to, one of the presentations was the issue of unfunded mandates and kickstarting the process of seeking from the state reimbursement for those unfunded mandates. Because theoretically, they're not supposed to impose upon counties unfunded mandates, but theory and practice are sometimes differ. And I think the state has taken advantage of the fact that they've not always been held accountable for the fact that they're putting costs on us. And there's now a new effort and determination by the counties to start being aggressive in trying to recover some of those costs because there's a general consensus has gotten kind of out of hand.
No, great. No, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. As you mentioned, Supervisor Cardia, it's ridiculous. You know, the state passes these laws, and they don't want to fund the counties for, you know, what they want to do, and it's ridiculous. And I think the, you know, majority of the counties in the state are getting tired of it. And, you know, we've been the tip of the spear on so many different issues in the state, and I think we need to take a hard stance on these unfunded mandates and protect our residents and our taxpayers here in San Joaquin County. So thank you, Counselor, and thank you, Will.
Okay, any more comments before I go to public comment? We good? Okay, Carla Huni. You're passing your time? Okay. Molly? You guys are good? Wow. I'm impressed. Thank you. Any other follow-up questions or
Yeah, no,
comments?
I just, one final comment.
Okay.
And it started, you know, Tony, just raise your hand and wave and say, Tony is chairman of our election advisory committee. And, you know, Molly and Carla are frequent flyers through the board. They keep us on our toes. There was a lot of, I don't want to say head banging, but, you know, everybody here wants the same thing. They want to be confident in their election process and then let the chips fall where they may. And there was a lot of different opinions back and forth. But this is the way good government should work. We've all come together. We recognize that there's some policy decisions that need to be made. And we've got a unified front on it. So I just want to thank everybody. Your hard work and tenacity paid off. And you've got a lot to be proud of. So thank you.
Clerk DeBoard said, Tony, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak? Tony Amador. Reopen the floor for public comment.
Just very quickly, I think you should know it was unanimous when we recommended it to you, these letters, adopting them. And I think this goes beyond the little perfunctory things that are going on. It sends a message that the Board of Supervisors care, know what they're doing, and appreciate the work that the committee's been doing. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. trying to do the people's work in public, so thank you guys for your presentation. Any other further questions or comments? And can we have a motion to approve the consent? We have a motion and a second. Somebody gonna second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Clerk of the board, could we have a call for the vote? Item passes 5-0. We don't have closed session till 11:30, so can we do, thank you. Can we do discussion? Do we have one discussion or two discussions? Is that?
Yes, we have one discussion, and we can certainly deal with that. And as you point out, we don't have council necessarily, outside council here necessarily until 11:30, but we have other items which we could address before that.
Okay, let's do that so that we can do the discussion item. ISD. You're up.
Oh, this is District 5 stuff. Oh, nope, not yet. That's 1:30. What are we doing there?
Telephony.
Yes.
Telephony, however you pronounce it, I don't know.
Telephony.
Give it, what was it?
Telephony is.
Telephony,
that's all-
there
that's
we
all
go.
Great, yes. Yes, Chair Canepa and members of the board, County Council, County Administrator. My name is Mark Thomas. I'm the Director of the Information Systems Division. And I'm here to talk to you about a recommended project to replace the county's telephony systems. Okay, so why are we proposing this project? I'm going to give you a quick summary of the state of our current telephony systems. There are actually multiple systems that that are working behind the scenes to enable your phones to be able to call out to the public telephone network and for the public to be able to call the county. Okay, so at a high level, the major components are we have a large installation of analog lines. You may be familiar with like the red phones that are placed around various county buildings. There are wall phones over at the hospital. There are patient phones. Those are all analog phone lines. Those analog phones are serviced by a system called AT&T Centrix. Okay. And then all of the desk phones that are in your offices and are in conference rooms, et cetera, those are essentially managed by a system provided by Cisco called the Cisco Communications Manager. Those Cisco systems are actually on premise. They're located either in our data center here or various county buildings. We have several of these Cisco Communications Managers. And then lastly, there's a system that handles calls for call centers. So the county has roughly a half dozen call centers like WorkNet, the call center that supports the San Joaquin Health Clinics. The Behavioral Health Department operates a call center. And so there's a separate system that routes calls from the public to agents, to county staff, and that's called the Cisco Contact Center, or UCCX. And that system is also running on servers that are either in our data center here in this building or in other county buildings. Okay? So at a high level, the system is nearing its end of its support life. Cisco has decided that it no longer wants to support on-premise PBXs, essentially the communications manager and that contact center product. So they've given us an end of support date for the Cisco Communications Manager. That's actually this year, coming up in August. Okay. AT&T, in parallel, AT&T Centrix, AT&T has declared that they want to get out of the copper business, right? They no longer want to have to provide last mile copper phone services, okay? And AT&T Centrix is an example of that last mile copper service, okay? There is currently, AT&T's petitioning the state of California to relieve itself of the obligation of providing those copper services, okay? So AT&T Centrix's days are limited. It eventually will be retired and replaced with something else, okay? Okay, so what we are proposing to do is we're recommending that the county switch its core telephony systems from Cisco to a Microsoft product, okay? The county has an implementation of Microsoft 365 or Office 365. It provides a variety of applications that you all use, like Outlook and Teams and SharePoint through the county's intranet site, and many, many other products. The brand, Microsoft 365, you can think of it kind of like a cable channel, cable package, right? It's a whole suite of services that are bundled together into a subscription, okay? We are recommending that the county upgrade its subscription from a kind of a mid-tier cable package to the premier cable package. And with that larger or a more premium subscription, we will get voice services from Microsoft, okay? So the basic idea is that your Teams client will become your phone. Okay, the Teams client on your computer will become your phone. The Teams system can also support physical phones like we have today. In fact, we can upgrade many of the physical phones, the Cisco phones that we have, so that they will become Teams clients. And so when you use that physical phone, you won't have to interact with your computer. You can just place a call or receive a call to that Cisco phone. But the phone will be essentially controlled by Microsoft's Teams voice service that's running in the cloud. Okay? That is the high-level proposal, that we switch from on-premise Cisco PBXs to Microsoft's Teams voice service. And this has many advantages. Okay, so at a high level, what the users, the county employees' experience will be will really depend on the choices that each department makes. Okay, so when we go to roll out this new system, we will, we will talk to really all of the county's departments, representatives from all of the county's departments, and we will present them with a number of options for for how their employees can use the phone system. So the first one, which I talked about, is that the Teams client that many of you use to do desktop sharing or to participate in desktop streaming calls, that Teams client will be able to place and receive phone calls, okay? Both internally in the county, but also to members of the public, okay? As I mentioned earlier, the Cisco phones, we will be able to upgrade many of these Cisco phones so that they can interact with the Microsoft Teams service, and county employees can just make and place calls like they do today with their Cisco phones. Okay? And then lastly, Microsoft Teams has there is a mobile app version that runs on, iOS or Android. That Teams app will be able to make and receive phone calls to the app itself. So a county employee who has a county mobile phone or cell phone will have the option of having the Teams app on that phone, and they'll be able to receive business calls. So imagine a county employee who dials the 5-digit extension of another county employee who has that Teams app on their phone. The mobile app will ring based on that 5-digit call, okay? Or a member of the public, when they're calling that county employee to their business line, what they advertise as their business line, the call can be placed to that Teams app on their phone, okay? So the Teams mobile app will give some of our more mobile employees more options and better phone service than they receive today.
And we don't have that functionality now.
We have an equivalent product from Cisco called Jabber, and it does function, but it is less feature-rich than the Teams app will be on the phone.
It's basically call forwarding.
Yes, that's right. Okay. All right, so these are the options we will be able to give to departments, and then the department directors or assistant directors will make some choices about how their employees will make and place phone calls, either with the Teams app, on their desktops, their mobile devices, or their physical Cisco phones.
So I have one quick question. So power-wise and internet-wise, is that part of the functionality? Because I mean, some of those landlines that we're talking about on the first one, those will be gone.
So AT&T Centrex, that is correct. We are going to replace AT&T Centrex with essentially a set of hardware that is controlled by Microsoft Teams. So the red phone itself won't change, right? The physical red phones, for examples, will not change. But where those red phone lines terminate and then how they communicate out with the public telephone network, that will change.
Okay.
Okay? But from the end user's experience, the red phone will continue to operate as it always has operated.
So like essential services, if things go down, generators then power it, and then it still functions?
That is correct.
So that we don't have mayhem if there's an emergency and
Absolutely.
we can't communicate?
Absolutely. No, of course. So this, we will build in many layers of redundancy. So this system actually, as in aggregate, will be much more highly available than our current phone system. Our current phone system is comprised of many, many elements, thousands of circuits, many, many pieces of server software, and it is actually, many components of it are not redundant, right? So I'll give you an example. We've had multiple outages at the Hazelton complex, right? Because all of its telephony services are delivered over copper into that building. And copper is valuable. And so those copper trunks get stolen. And so when they're stolen, a thief comes in, cuts the cable, goes and sells the copper. The building is without phone service, right? And there is no backup for that, right? What we will be replacing, and what we're proposing to do to replace those copper circuits, is to replace them with much more highly available and redundant fiber-based phone services.
Perfect. Supervisor Ding, question? And then Supervisor Gardia is next.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a half-hour pissing match about this, but there's an Assembly Bill 480 that's coming up. It should be in print tomorrow, and it's a move by AT&T to go complete, broadband. And what happens, I guess if you're in a city building or what have you, no harm, no foul. But for those of us who live in rural districts, AT&T right now has not committed to replace anything, whether it's broadband, what have you. For all those homes in the rural communities that are hooked up, their alarm systems, what have you, AT&T has made no promises. And it sounds like a very rational discussion. I understand what you're saying. The problem is AT&T's got everybody singing off the same sheet of music and saying, we need to switch this, the copper wires are getting stolen, but they haven't stepped up to the plate. And so right now they're going, not that I've talked to any of you about this yet, but they're going supervisor to supervisor, trying to get them to sign off so they can show the state, see, let's just pass this 480 and we can move forward. But there is no money from AT&T to cover us in our rural areas and to take care of those individuals that are hooked up to hard lines. It's the line of last resort, and that's what we're fighting right now as well. So, I heard it in your discussion too. I'm not arguing under the underlying issue here, but this assumption, as it's going away, well, that's what A&T wants you to do. Just, it's going to go away. We get screwed in the rural areas. And said as a little old lady who's got an alarm system on her house in the, out in the back 40, because they have not committed to making sure she's covered yet. And I think that needs to happen.
Understood, Supervisor.
Supervisor Gardia.
So it sounds like we're at the end of life with the current system that we have. What are we looking at for shelf life for this new system?
So this is part of Microsoft's suite of SaaS-based products. It is I would say it's in the early phases of its life. Teams, Voice, Microsoft had a predecessor service that didn't have a lot of uptake, but with their incorporation of the voice services into Teams, it is seeing a lot of uptake. Very large organizations are moving to Teams Voice. Entire states, like the state of Ohio and Pennsylvania, significant parts of the state of California, all of the state of Alaska, they've all moved to Teams Voice. So it's on the upswing, I would say, in terms of its market adoption, because it financially makes a lot of sense. I haven't gotten to this slide yet, but one of the benefits is that once we have deployed the system, we'll be saving the county approximately $850,000 a year in voice-related charges.
The other question is, I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. So what have been some of the challenges in private or public businesses trying to implement the same system?
So the good thing is that fundamentally the technology under the hood is well tested and true technology. It is voice over IP. It uses a set of protocols that currently our Cisco products use. What's really changing is the call routing, call management software. Instead of it being provided by Cisco, it's being provided by Microsoft. But the fundamental underlying technology of voice over network, voice over IP, this county's been using for 15 years.
Perfect. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to piggyback off what Supervisor Ding was talking about. Even though this isn't specific on the agenda, I think it covers when you're talking about the useful lives of the telephone system, and one of those being the carriers of last resort, what Supervisor Ding mentioned. I know, and this is it's going to be a question for you, Counselor. I know last year at this board, I brought up to this board about the carrier of last resort, and we opposed PG&E's, AT&T's efforts to get rid of carrier of last resort. We wrote a letter to the PUC in that matter. I know I spoke at the PUC, and PUC ended up killing it. So my question is this to you, Counselor, is what Supervisor Ding just mentioned, what I just mentioned, can we, and if this bill, when is this bill coming forward?
480 is supposed to be in print today or tomorrow.
So can we write a letter opposing COLR, or do we have to bring this back to agenda? Can we piggyback off what we did last time?
Find a way to yes.
It's not agendized, right? So do we have to bring it back?
No, it's not agendized, but to the extent that it's reflective of policies that the board has already approved, and it sounds like you're indicating it is. I'd have to look at it.
We voted on it last year.
Yeah, so I would say let's talk offline. We don't have it agendized here, so we're not taking a motion, but let's talk offline and maybe a way to get there.
All right, thank you, Counselor.
Do you want to bring that back, or are we going to bring it?
No, we'll talk offline if we have to. And so I know for ISD, we've spent tons of money already on new systems, and anything else coming in the works here that's going to make us spend more money?
So the IT landscape is always evolving, Supervisor. What I would say is certainly we will be requesting, as part of the budget process, some supplemental requests for additional technologies that are unrelated to voice. But what we are presenting here is this system will be good for many, many years as a telephony system. The various leaders of our call centers over at WorkNet, Behavioral Health, San Joaquin clinics, they very much want a more modern and feature-rich contact center solution, and I believe we will be able to deliver that for them.
All right, thank you. Hey, I know you guys have a tough job, trying to keep up with the fast-moving pace of our world these days. But hey, we have to keep up with the technology. It has to deal with safety and not just, safety of our information here at the county, but for our residents, make sure all the information that we have is protected and so on. So
Yes.
thank you guys, you and your team, for your continued diligence.
Thank you very much.
We kind of cut you off there, so did you have more? You're good. So we're saving $850,000. We don't have to all get ham operator licenses to talk to one another in
That
the
is
county,
correct.
so that's encouraging.
Yes.
So,
The one last benefit I'll just quickly mention is that, again, the Microsoft 365 suite is really like a cable package. And by doing this upgrade to the premium version of their cable package, we will actually acquire a series of products that will allow us to switch from our current best of breed strategy to a Microsoft equivalent, and in so doing, further save money. Okay, so for example, just one example, I know you all remember the CrowdStrike outage last year that affected this county as well as many airlines, many institutions around the world. With this plan, we will actually switch from CrowdStrike to Microsoft's equivalent product, and in so doing, save another $250,000 a year. So.
perfect. This time I'll open it. Anybody have public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Any questions, comments, concerns? No?
Make a motion to approve this, or?
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion in 2 seconds.
2
so
seconds.
Rochambeau over here for the second.
Who was the second?
I'll be sixth.
Vice Chair, the second. Call for the vote. Telephony wins. Telephony, whatever. 5-0.
Thank you very much, Supervisors.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, at this, are we gonna we have to come back for 1:30 for a hearing, so can we close this portion of the meeting, or are we gonna come back and do the comments after? So we'll just take a recess at this time to recess to closed session.
You sure you take a recess, so we go into closed session?
Case there's
I should
anything.
indicate for the record that item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, we're pulling that. That's not going to be one of the subjects discussed in closed session.
Okay, so that's being removed. All right, at this time, we will recess to closed session, and we will be back at 1:30 for public hearings, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, we are going to reconvene County Board of Supervisor meeting. County Council, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
We do. With regard to the suit Jane Doe versus County of San Joaquin, the board voted 5-0 to resolve that suit. Our Chairman, you made the motion. Supervisor Gardia seconded it. And the terms and conditions of that settlement will be made available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement document. Secondly, with regard to Danny Richard Sigmund versus County of San Joaquin, the motion was made by Supervisor Ding and seconded by Supervisor Dollyway to settle that suit by a vote of 5-0. Again, the terms and conditions of that settlement will become available upon request once all parties have signed off on the settlement document. That's all the reportable action.
Okay, thank you. So now at this time, we will start the 1:30 scheduled afternoon items. The first one is a public hearing regarding an appeal by M&L Baghetti Trust and A&E Baghetti Trust, care of Don Moyer, of the Planning Commission's denial of variance number PA 2400062 and minor subdivision number PA-2300296, residing in District 5. So at this time, we will start and ask board members if they have any questions for staff, which makes no sense because we will have staff present first, and then we will start the public hearing after that.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. I have Principal Planner Stephanie Stowers here to provide a presentation, and then we're both available for any questions.
Good afternoon. This project includes two applications, a variance and a minor subdivision. The variance requests to reduce the minimum parcel size in the general agriculture 40-acre minimum zone to create 4 parcels between 2.05 and 2.59 acres in size. These parcels would carry dual zoning as a portion of the project site is zoned rural residential. This will be depicted on the next slide. The resultant parcels will have both AG40 and RR zoning, and dual zone parcels are required to meet the requirements of both zones. In this case, the AG40 requirements could not be met, which resulted in the need for the variance application. The project site is located on the east side of South Welty Road, 400 feet south of South Ahern Road, or 400 feet north of South Ahern Road, southeast of Tracy, near the San Joaquin-Stanislaus County line. As noted previously, the project site has dual general plan designations and zoning of both general agriculture and rural residential. The project site is also partially located within the rural community of Vernalis, which coincides to the rural residential general plan area. For context, the diagonal line depicted on these images right here, this is the county line. So the project site is just north of the county line. This is the site plan and tentative map that was submitted by the applicant depicting the proposed parcels. The variance proposes to allow for parcels between 2.05 and 2.59 acres, and also proposes to allow for parcels that do not meet the required lot width of 330 feet. The resultant parcels will carry dual zoning. The Community Development Department reviewed the application with the required findings for both variance and minor subdivision. Staff could not make the required findings in the affirmative, and as a result, recommended that the Planning Commission deny the application. On November 21st, 2024, the Planning Commission heard this item, and after reviewing all oral and written testimony, voted 3-0 to deny the project. Subsequently, the project applicant appealed the decision to the Board of Supervisors. In his appeal statement, the applicant stated that the Planning Commission failed to recognize findings presented by the applicant and that he disagreed with variance findings 1 and 3, but did not specify any additional details. Both staff and the Planning Commission reviewed the project with the required findings. Variance finding 1 requires there be a special circumstance related to the property, and variance finding 3 requires that the granting of the variance not allow a special privilege that is inconsistent with limitations placed on other properties in the vicinity. Planning Commission could not make these findings, determining that there was no special circumstance and that granting the variance would be a grant of special privilege. In addition to the variance findings, the Planning Commission also could not make minor subdivision findings 1 or 2 in the affirmative. Switch my slide. These require that the project be consistent with the development title, general plan, and other plans, and that the project site be physically suitable for the development and the density of the development. Ultimately, the Planning Commission could not make the findings and denied the proposed variance and minor subdivision based on that inability. Excuse me. So this is a project of the photo site this is a photo of the project site. That was a good one. Taken from Welty Road looking east at the subject parcel. It's a flat agricultural site that's currently planted with trees. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of variance number PA 2462 and minor subdivision number PA 23296 based on the inability to make variance findings 1 and 3 and minor subdivision findings 1 and 2. Alternatively, if the board chooses to grant the appeal, thereby approving the project, staff recommends that the board expressly find a basis for variance findings 1 and 3 and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approve the project with the recommended conditions of approval. Drafts of these documents are included as attachments A, B, and F within the board package. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll open it up. Any questions from the board?
I mean, staff's gonna stay here. I'd like to imagine they have proponents and opponents of the,
Sure, would you like me to gavel the hearing open and hear those sides before you'd speak, or?
yeah.
Want to wait? Okay. So at this time, we will call the public hearing open and ask if the appellant is present, if there's anyone wishing to speak in favor of the appeal to step forward to the podium. We got you.
Supervisor, my name is Don Moyer, and I represent the Pogetti brothers, who are the owners of the property out there. I just thought I'd give you a little bit of background. In 1978, I went to work for a supervisor from the 5th District, and he told me at that time, agriculture is our #1 industry in San Joaquin County, and we will do everything we can to support agriculture. And I believe that's been pretty consistent through the years, and I suspect you people support that same position, that agriculture is our #1 industry in this county. And the Pogetti brothers are in the agriculture business. They have been for generations. They have had that property since the late 1930s, close to 100 years now. And they've been living on that property and farming that property generation after generation after generation. And when Mike and Albert came to me, they said, each of them, there are 2 of them, as you can see, each of them has 2 children. And so there are 4 members of the next generation of Pogettis who wish to live on the farm that they work. And that's what this is all about. If you recall the staff report, a goodly portion of that property is zoned rural residential. They have hundreds of acres on both sides of the county line. And a good portion of that is in San Joaquin County is rural residential. And as near as I can tell, the minimum parcel size in rural residential is, I don't know exactly what it is, depending on, what's the minimum parcel size? 2 acres? Okay, that's what I thought. And if you have a community water system, you can go down to 1 acre or something like that. So they could come in and have a request on that large rural residential property and make 2-acre parcels or even 1-acre parcels if they had a community water system. But they didn't want it. They wanted to cluster rather than, the other thing that's available to them is you have the owner-operator home site provision in your ordinances. If you've got a 40-acre parcel or larger, and you've owned it for 10 years, you can come in and apply for a home site. And I think you still define a home site, Corinne, as between 2 and 5 acres, right? No less than 2, no more than 5. And they could apply for 4 home sites scattered around their farm. but they didn't want to do that, even though they qualified for that. They didn't want to do that because they wanted to keep as much farmland in production as they can. And I was just talking to the boys, we had lunch today, and they, in addition to the lands that they own out there, they, over the decades, have regularly leased thousands of acres. They used to lease the Coddington Ranch. And there was a fellow named Dr. Phil Coddington, who was a dentist here in Stockton, and they call him Dr. Phil. And they leased the Coddington Ranch, and they grew tomatoes, and they grew dry beans, and they grew sugar beets. Right now they're growing almonds and walnuts and palm trees. And I asked Mike, I said, what are you growing palm trees out there? And he said, I don't know, somebody will buy the darn palm trees. But they're in the farming business. They're in the agriculture business. That's all they've ever done. That's all they do, is they're farmers. And so they came in, and they had this 8-point-something acre parcel, just short of 9 acres. And they said, look, we can use a variance because it's less than the 40-acre minimum of the Ag 40. Again, it's partially, as the staff indicated, it's partially rural residential, and it's partially AG 40. And so that parcel has to have, as they said, dual zoning, has to have both RR and AG zoning. It meets the requirements of the RR zoning because the minimum lot size is 2 acres. They can meet that requirement very readily. But it doesn't meet the requirement. Again, you got this weird double zoning. No parcels anywhere have double zoning except here. And it doesn't meet the requirements of the AG 40 double zoning because each of those 2-acre parcels is less than 40 acres. And they wanted to do something that was logical, something that would benefit their farming organization and that would provide their kids for the next generation to have home sites and live on the farm that they work. And that just makes good sense. They've been doing it for generations, and they'd like to do it for generations more. I think we can make the findings, and the findings, you got to have, according to your staff, that we don't make findings 1 and 3, that you have to have special circumstances. Well, there are special circumstances out there. Groundwater is at approximately 30 feet, and their well sinks down to about 180 feet, something like that. And there is no other 8.5-acre parcel anywhere in San Joaquin County, I guarantee you, that has groundwater at 30 feet and a well depth at 180 feet. The special circumstances are clearly there. It's an 8-acre parcel with groundwater at 30 feet. So we clearly meet the definition of special circumstances. And the other circumstance that it doesn't grant a special privilege. Well, I would say that you don't want to, and that makes good sense. You don't want to grant a special privilege. You shouldn't have to be connected to have rights in San Joaquin County. And this parcel doesn't have any more rights than any other parcel that's 8 acres and has groundwater at 30 feet. It's not a special privilege. If anybody else had an identical parcel, they would qualify also. So I believe that you can use those 2 findings. You can make the other staff has already indicated that the other findings are okay. I'd like you to approve the rezone and approve the map to allow these people 4 parcels to provide for their next generation of farmers. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll get to staff here in a second. What about setting precedents? I mean, like you said, there's lots of families here that have been farming for 100 years, and I know most of them, or many of them, I should say, not most of them. But if we allow everybody to build, properties on, for their families and stuff, where does it end? I mean, you talk about ag, and I think this board is very, very ag friendly.
Absolutely.
So if we allow all the farmers, to allow all their family to build homes on their property, where does it stop?
Well, and then again, that's why I alluded to the special circumstances. That's in, 8.36 or 8.86 or 8-point-something acres. There's no other parcel anywhere in San Joaquin County that same size and with groundwater at 30 feet. Those are the special circumstances. Nobody in Tracy can apply for it. Nobody in Linden can apply for it. Nobody in Lodi can apply for it because there's no other parcel like that. That's the special circumstance that they have that won't open Pandora's box and allow 2-acre lots all over the county. I understand what you're trying to do, and it's laudable.
And what about, you talk about, we're looking at subdividing, and I imagine they each have a deed to their own property. but correct me if I'm wrong, staff, isn't it, we allow for farm working housing, right? So you can build, I mean, you can have, so whoever owns the property, build their, say they want a 2,500 square foot house.
Yeah.
But there's no limitations on what the housing size is for farm working housing, right? So, is there? Because say if farm working housing, if you're a farmer and you're working on the property, you can build another 100 foot house, right? So you could have, doesn't matter how many houses you have on that property as long as it's farm workers, correct?
So through the chair, in the agriculturally zoned portions of the parcel, you can have up to 12 farm employee houses as just a permitted use. And there's no minimum or maximum square footage those houses can be. But you'd have one legal lot that would have 12 farm employee houses on it.
So you could have, so let me try to wrap my head around this. So you could have 12 homes, you said, right?
For farm employee use.
Farm employees, and there's no distinction of what minimum size or maximum size of how these houses could go. But it changes, so what's, well, I'll task this to staff now. So what's the difference between having 12 homes with one property owner versus, you know, breaking it up into, say, 4 zones and having 4 homes?
So through the chair, we updated our farm employee housing section of our title per state code, and that's what the state allows, so we allow the primary and accessory dwelling unit on any parcel, and then if it's zoned agricultural, you can have up to 12 farm employee houses without a land use permit, and more if you wanted to do a land use permit, and that is per state code.
So state law prohibits what I'm talking about. Yes. Mr. Moyer, so
Yes,
what you're saying then, you know, you want the whole family living on this parcel.
Yes,
Why, well, why don't you just let them build homes instead of, you know, coming to us and trying to get different titles and subdivide the land?
Exactly, that's the point that Corinne made. You can have up to 12 homes on one parcel, is what she said. And if I want to buy a home, a parcel, and put it, let's say I want to put a 2,500 foot house on that parcel, I'd have to also have my neighbors all be on the same parcel with me. I can't own a house with people that I don't know that just moved here from Hayward. We need 4 separate parcels, not one parcel.
But if
and
you have
that's
one,
the reason for
but if
this.
you have one parcel, what we're talking about here today, and the family and the sons and stuff want to live on that parcel, can't you do it now?
They could do it now, but do you really want to be on the same parcel as your brother?
It depends if you like him or not.
Yeah,
My
it
brother
depends
and
on
I
you.
get
No.
along.
And almost any homeowner who's got his head on straight wants the home to himself and not to share it with his brother-in-law or sister-in-law.
But he would still have the right to entry and stuff, you know, to his home. He would
Yes,
still
he
have the
would.
property right in that home.
Yes, Mr. Bugetti would like to speak, if that's okay, Mr.
Yeah.
Supervisor.
Come up here.
This is
Mike Bugetti, one of the applicants. How are they gonna get a separate loan? They're gonna build their own house, and they're going to the bank and get a loan to build a house. You don't go take 4 families in and go, hey, we need a joint loan on this parcel. I mean, it needs to be a separate parcel that they're gonna borrow against. They're gonna build a house on it. How do you do that? As 4 people, as 12 people. I mean, that's designed to a farmer who is building a labor camp for his men to house. That's not designed to help your family, help your kid put a parcel on. How do you get a loan?
Oh, I'm not a banker. I mean,
you don't need to be a banker. I mean, you're not gonna get a loan.
Well, let me put it this way: if you're a farmer and you have, you know, and you guys own a business together, couldn't you use that money from the business? And I'm not saying your business, but there's other ways of doing that.
These kids are all gonna be on their own. That's not, you know,
You're not gonna buy their
they've
house,
got their own wives. I mean,
No, you asked me a question. I'm just asking. I'm asking you a question.
So you got
now.
4 of them together. One of them gets a divorce. Then what do you do? I mean, it's a mess. You got to have separate identities, separate parcels to do this.
That's why we're asking for 4 separate parcels. It's so that 4 separate families can get 4 separate loans, maybe from 4 separate banks, I don't know.
Well, absolutely, it would
They
be.
want to be on
Sure.
their own.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Bugetti, thank you for your comments.
Any other questions, supervisors?
I'm good.
Yes.
I don't understand what the water being 30 feet. So how close is community water and sewer? Where's hookups? Is there anywhere
There may be a
near?
community water system in Vernalis itself. It's all well and septic.
Okay, so what is the special circumstances for having water 30 foot in the well? I didn't, to us people up here, that makes zero.
And something to tell you, a basic axiom in real estate is every parcel is unique. And the water table there is about 30 feet. And your requirements require a special circumstance. And I said, well, what? Oh, the water's at 30 feet and the parcel's about 8.5 acres. There's no other parcel like that. That's what makes it special. There's no other parcel like that anywhere in San Joaquin County. And that's how you meet the requirement for a special parcel, so that they can have 4 separate parcels, so those kids can go out and finance a home and build a home and live on the farm that they work.
But what's the specialness of having water at 30 feet in a well at 106?
It's just that
I'm a
there's
city
no-
slicker.
There's
I mean,
no other parcel anywhere that's 8 acres that has water at 30 feet. I guarantee it. And that's the special circumstance. You're looking for a special circumstance so you can allow this to happen. If you support it, that's your special circumstance. Water at 30 feet on a parcel of 8.5 acres.
And then, so the other one would be the zoning. When was the last time the zoning changed? Because I mean, this is a hard one. You have folks that have been in the community and farm the community and want to lay roots in the community. I mean, so common sense would be, hey, let them do it, right? But there's obviously things to abide by and follow, and it's in the 5th district. So my whole district is pretty much landlocked, so I don't see stuff like this all the time. So
Yes.
it's a learning curve for me, and I apologize because I don't understand what the well thing is. But so how long has this been in existence, and then what would make this a special circumstance that would say, hey, this is okay? That, you know what I mean? That I get it, the 2-acre lot size and the whole different variables. What would be something that makes this work?
Well, to address one of the first questions is the rural residential, it follows the line that splits the rural residential from the agricultural is following the community line. So that's why that has a dual zone, and it's been zoned that way since at least 1992, since our 92 title. As far as the finding for the special circumstance, that's kind of what we need to have proven to us today. Staff was not able to find a special circumstance with this parcel that would allow us to make that finding to then subdivide it smaller. A lot of times it would be something special to that parcel to where maybe there's a waterway running through it, so that doesn't create 2 parcels, but you could see why you would use a parcel as 2 parcels if it had a waterway running through it. It's that kind of a special circumstance. But really, we weren't able to make the black and white finding for that, so that's how we're here.
Okay, but closeness of subdivisions is where? I mean, where are there other dwellings near this? I mean, you always talk about leapfrog development, things like this, but, you know, if they're this involved in the community and have been around for 100 years, that's got some valor in it, you know what I mean? That they've outdone this little 1992, you know, drawing of maps, so it's a tough one.
Yeah, through the chair, there's only a handful of houses out in this general vicinity. This is pretty separated out from any major residential development. That's going to be closer to the city of Tracy. This is a rural community. There's a handful of houses, but nothing else really much developed out there.
Okay, perfect. Any Supervisor Gardia? Oh, sorry, Sonny, you were next. So I'll get you next.
There's a couple things. I agree with wanting to have your kids, especially live around on a family property and have the ability to live where they work. It's on the edge of the county line. I think I've been out to that property in that area before. And what I think it makes it unique, it's 8 acres in the middle of a lot of farming land. So that, to me, that's unique enough.
Yes, sir.
In my opinion. And I think it gives us the ability to, you know, obviously if criteria that don't meet the needs that will come across our dais in the future, that we have the ability to make common sense decisions based on these unique situations. And, you know, we have a housing shortage. So personally, I actually see the uniqueness of this project.
Perfect. You yield your time. Vice Chair Dollywell?
Thank you, sir. Graham, please help me with this. We can allow 12 homes on one parcel, but we can't allow 4 on another.
So
Why is that?
So through the chair, in the rural residential zoning, the yellow zoning that was shown on the map, that only allows your primary and your accessory dwelling unit. In the general agriculture zone, you can have the farm employee housing. It's labeled as farm employee housing. It's not subdivided onto its own parcel, so it's one legal lot with farm employee housing that's supposed to be rented to an employee that is in the agricultural business. So it's not separating it into separate parcels. It would be I have one legal lot that I put 12 farm employee houses on to rent to farm employees. It does not make them 12 individual parcels. So that's what they're here for today, is to subdivide one parcel into 4 parcels. That would allow one parcel with 12 homes on it.
So the way the gentleman explained, the family, have owned this land for over 100 years. Now the next generation want to stay there. If we allow 4 houses on that 8-acre parcel, who does it bother? Who would it hurt?
So we're, through the chair, we are just going with the black and white rules of the development title and the zoning. In that community that is zoned rural residential, which is to the north of this area, all of that rural residential could be subdivided into 2-acre parcels. The snag we're having here is because this parcel is partially zoned general agriculture. And so we can't go below the 40 acres.
But that's why the variances are there. It doesn't have to be black and white. If there's gray in the middle, then we can live with it.
Director Jolly, Mr. Moyer, if you could allow Director Jolly to have the
certainly.
mic
Yes,
for a
ma'am.
minute, please. She has some color to add.
She got a lot of wisdom.
Okay, sorry.
First of all, I want to say, thank you. First of all, I want to say I understand where the family's coming from. This is a very common request that we get. Not everyone applies for the variance because you do have to make these specific findings. In order to subdivide the property, it's subject to the MAP Act. The MAP Act says your project has to be consistent with the general plan. So that's not consistent with the general plan because in the AG 40 zone, you're supposed to have a 40-acre minimum to create a new lot. I think everyone agrees with that part. A variance is a mechanism through planning and zoning law that says if you're going to not be consistent with the general plan, you have to make these specific findings. So that's where those findings come from in the development title. And of course, if the board feels like they can make the findings for the uniqueness of the property, that's the prerogative of the board. Staff was not provided any information from the applicant where we felt we could make the findings in the affirmative. So the confusion on the farm employee housing, I understand that as well, because you go, well, if they can have 12, why can't they have 4? Because you are subject, when you are subdividing, you are subject to the MAP Act. And the MAP Act says you have to be consistent with your general plan. And you're not consistent with your general plan if you're subdividing in the AG 40 zone and you're doing small parcels. With the exception of some of the things that Mr. Moyer mentioned, which is like home site parcels that have all these different rules where you can qualify. And that, I just wanted you to have that context on the farm employee housing is exactly for what it sounds like. And typically, we don't even have a lot of people who utilize it, especially on the scale of 12, because it is expensive to put in. But farm employee housing is for the farmer who wants to provide the housing to keep it all on one parcel. You're not subdividing the parcels and selling them separately. This is a different situation. Yes, they could build these as farm employee housing, but obviously you heard Mr. Rigetti, I mean, that's problematic for him because of the financing. But because it's problematic because of the financing doesn't mean that we can just make the findings necessarily. So I just wanted to make sure that if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Director Jolly. Supervisor Ding, do you yield the floor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Well, first off, I want to say your department and the planning commission did absolutely 100% the right thing to do. Their job is not to talk about what makes common sense, it's to follow the law, and that's what you've done. The problem I've got here is, I mean, this is one of the most anti-American things I've ever seen. You got a farm you want to build a house on, and you're told you can't because it's in 2 different zoning mechanisms. I want this to fail because Don Moyer is a pain in the ass. But at the same time, I mean, it's true. They want to build 4 houses for their kids. So I guess I'm saying you guys did the right thing. I mean, you're not there to say, well, maybe, you know, we passed this and this is the rules and regs and, but we see things different. That's our job up here. But what do you need? You need a variance of, and that 30-foot, that's such BS, Don. Come up with something better than that. I think a variance is, do we need a reason? We don't need a reason.
To support the approval of a variance, you're supposed to be able to make all of the findings in the affirmative. So yes.
So in like common practices, this makes too much sense, so that should be a variance?
All I'll say is it's a common request.
If the
So
40 acres were connected at the corners, how many acres are we talking about total here?
8.5.
No, I'm talking about the whole property.
Oh, they own about 700 acres, about 700?
500.
So can you do 40, 40, 40, and the houses are on the corners of the 40 acres?
Theoretically, they could do that, yes, if they were situated like that, yes.
Couldn't you use the variance? It's already half RR. Couldn't you use that as your variance? It's already half there. Half of the zoning's already correct.
Steve, I think that's the problem. I've been doing this 50 years, and I've never.
Can you
seen
speak
a piece
into
of
the mic,
property- I'm
please?
sorry.
Can you speak into the mic?
About 50 years too long.
You gotta speak into the mic so that you can hear.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, you don't need to be sorry.
Okay. And I have never, ever seen a property with two zonings, ever, anywhere in San Joaquin County. And somehow, some way, it cropped up here, and you got RR and AG, and I've never seen this before.
So what zoning would it be correct in, Jennifer, if it was just, if it was in one and not the other, would it be?
Through the chair, can I ask to put a slide up so that I can show you?
Sure.
Something, okay. Could we please have the zoning map up?
It's this one?
Yes. Nope, that was it.
Back up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So all of the yellow is rural residential, which, as Stephanie stated, is the.
Yellow?
Yeah.
I see the yellow.
White?
It's yellow. It is yellow, trust me.
I'm seeing green.
It doesn't look yellow. Okay, we'll call it white. All of the white/yellow area is the rural community of Vernalis. So all of that community is zoned so that you could subdivide those into 2-acre parcels. Oh my God. The property at the bottom, the 8 acres, I believe, but staff can correct me, that it was created through a lot line adjustment.
Yes.
So that parcel was created on purpose with the dual zoning. Not necessarily for a purpose, but it was an intentional creation of the 8 acres, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we made that parcel so we could have 4 twos, yes.
Right, so when you create a lot line adjustment, or create a new lot with a lot line adjustment, and you give yourself dual zoning, then you're gonna have dual zoning. Ideally, you don't have that because it creates
Okay,
problems like this.
okay, I understand.
But I just wanted you to see that there's a community out there, and there may not be very many homes out there. They look like pretty big parcels that probably could develop in the future. But, yeah, that's why we have the dual zoning on that property. I just think that's important, too, to know how that was created.
So half of it is in the zone and half of it is out of the zone. That sounds like pretty
Through the
circumstantial.
lot line adjustment process, it was set up that way by the,
So who made the lot line adjustment?
I assume property owner. You've owned it the whole time, for a
Yes.
long time, so the
How long
property
ago was
owners-
that?
About 2 years ago.
Staff
And why did you do it?
So that we could get 4 2-acre lots.
But only, so that, I'm sorry, Supervisor, it's your floor. If you
No,
okay.
please.
So if you look at the, we'll call it white portion, that's rather, so how many acres are in the white and how many acres are in the green?
So through the chair, it's approximately 4 plus a little bit acres of rural residential, and then 4 acres of agricultural. And it's a total of 8.76 acres, so it's, 4.2 or so residential and 4.6 or so agricultural.
So was your intent to build homes on the white portion of it at one time?
No.
Okay, I'm talking to Mr. Moyer. We can't have everybody talking.
Our intent was to create a parcel in excess of 8 acres so that we could make 4 twos. And it just happened to fall on the boundary line between the rural residential and the AG. We had no idea it was gonna end up with a double zoning. As we processed the lot line adjustments are pretty simple. You just move lines around.
Yeah, and then you end up something like this.
Yeah, we end up with something like this, and
Yeah.
where the heck did that come from? We don't know. Suddenly it's got 2 zoning. I've never seen a piece of property anywhere that had 2 zonings until today.
Now, Jennifer, or Mrs. Jolly, it would be official. And Steve, you still have the floor, so if you tell me to stop.
Okay.
And so, Mrs. Jolly, through the chair, is it okay?
Are we ready to hear a rebuttal? So, I mean.
Yeah,
if there's
well,
any-
here in a second.
Okay. Yeah, you have the floor.
Now, I completely forgot what I was gonna ask you. Now looking at this, would this be a special circumstance if there isn't? I mean, this is kind of odd. You have 4 of 4. So what purpose does it serve if I understand what our general plan is. I understand, and I disagree with one of our colleagues, was talking about, yeah, we have a housing shortage in San Joaquin County, California. It doesn't mean we pave over every bit of ag land to put housing on. If you want to do it in your district, by all means. But in our economic engine still ag, and we still have our ag culture. We still have a purpose for ag. I mean, my God, we feed the world here in San Joaquin County and through the valley. So just because you need housing doesn't mean you pave over farmland, and I believe that's in our general plan too, correct? That we don't use prime farmland for residential and so on. We try to build outside. I mean, for example, look at Tracy with Tracy Hills. That's west, and that's just, that's not prime ag land. And that's one of the reasons why, Tracy Hills was built that way. So with that being said, how is that not special circumstances?
Through the chair, how would what?
I know, and now it's all confusing.
If
you have 4 and 4, I mean, you have 4 in residential and 4 in Ag 40. How is that? I mean, you're splitting the property. I mean, so you have 2 zoning in that 1 acre that we allow the county, I guess, allowed the lot line change. So since we allowed that lot line change, how didn't we create this special circumstance?
Okay, through the chair, I'm going to speculate on this. And then,
Yeah, please do.
In order to move lines around with a lot line adjustment, you have to look at what you're starting with and look at what you end with. So if you had all agricultural AG 40 zoning, 40 acre minimum, and you started with 4 parcels that met zone minimum, they can be well over, but they met the zone minimum. You could move those lines around to result in, as long as it results in still a minimum of 40 acres. In order to get that 8 acre parcel, there had to have been a non-conforming parcel of some sort. And was it in the agricultural zone to create that?
Yes, through the chair, it was a dual zone parcel when they did the lot line adjustment, and they moved the line more to the east to just add more acreage to it. But it was already a dual zoned parcel when they did the lot line.
So Don screwed this up.
And
Well, since you're saying that it was already a dual, regardless of where the lot line was, I mean, you have 2 different zoning in that piece of property. So how is that not a special circumstance? If there's not that many properties like this.
Through the chair, there are other parcels in the county that are they're not ideal, but if the board feels like that's enough of a special circumstance.
But even like you said, if it's not ideal, I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be a proponent for this gentleman to build his homes or anything. But I mean, like he said, common sense kind of stuff. If I owned a piece of property and I wanted to build something on it, but I had 2 different zoning on that piece of property, I would, be kind of bummed, right? So, how do we alleviate that or rectify that? That's what I guess what we're doing here today. But is that a special circumstance to abide by the law?
If that is how you see it, then yes. Staff didn't see it that way due to the fact that it was created intentionally originally, but if the board chooses to see that
But that
as a
was
special-
before, the lot line was, we said, what, 2 years ago, but how long has this been dual?
Since at least 1992.
So that's older than I am.
I was like, wait.
Life was better before 92, so let's go with those.
All right, I'm gonna yield my time, Chairman. Thank you for your
Any other
patience.
questions? We have, thank you, Mr. Moyer. So we'll open the floor for any folks that are proponents. Or who are we at now? That's the appellant. No, it's proponent would be against. Is there anybody here that is not for this?
You mean approving or? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the one question I've got.
Who doesn't want the denial to be removed? So we're asking for the denial to stay in place. So is there anybody that wants the denial to stay in place? Would be not you. Your counterpart, whoever. Is there somebody here that doesn't want this?
No.
Do we have any complaints? Anybody written in on any of this? Letters?
No, we didn't receive any letters of opposition.
I have one more question.
Okay, so then at this time, then am I gonna close the hearing? Because is there any further questions?
Before you do, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just a brief summary?
Sure, I
Before
guess
you
we
close the
could
hearing?
do that. Yeah, we could do that, even though there's nobody here to rebut it for you, but go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Careful, you might already be ahead if you keep talking.
Yeah, you
I
might,
hear you. I hear
you might dig a bigger well here, so we
I
might wanna
hear
leave
you.
that alone.
And I think you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Chairman. What the heck's different about 30 feet of water? And I sense there's a feeling on your part that this is something you want to do. You want to let a farm family have 4 separate parcels so the next generation can have their own houses with their own financing. And what I was searching for was anything that would make this a special circumstance. And you asked me about the water, and I said, well, water's 30 feet down. There's your special circumstance. And I think what Jennifer told you was, whatever you decide is a special circumstance, that is a special circumstance because you decided it. So it gives you the ability to find that special, if you decide that this is something you want to do, you now have the ability to find a special circumstance and grant this request. And that's my request of you, is that you grant this request.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
So then, yeah, that would be for me, that there's 2 zonings. I mean, if that's the special request, then that makes the most sense to me.
Amen.
Not where the water's at, but
That-
it's
fine.
not to offend you or anything. We'll now close the hearing, and we're gonna call, do you guys have any more questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah.
Okay, have at it. Supervisor Dane.
Staff, you said if we decided to, I always hate the double negatives, grant the appeal, whatever, go with the big eddies on this, that you would have some requests if we, what do we do? Is it a yes, is a no, is a no, is a?
We have to overturn the planning
Okay,
commission's denial, so we have to overturn the
If we vote to
denial.
overturn the appeal, there were some conditions that you wanted. What were those?
So through the chair, we basically just needed to know how you were able to make the finding that this was a special circumstance.
That's
And if
it.
the special
Okay.
circumstance is the dual zoning, that's fine. That will be the reason why.
Through the chair. What about the second?
County Council.
The special, no special privileges. Do we not need
Well, we
a
can kind
factual,
of,
a
sorry.
factual basis for that assertion as well? And one thing I'd like to ask is, if the board is inclined to uphold the appeal, would you prefer that we continue this matter so that staff can come back with a resolution reflecting the new findings contrary to staff's recommendation?
So, oh, go ahead.
You want me to? Go ahead. We would recommend that if you want to grant the appeal, that you would state exactly what Corinne just said, and then also state that you did not think this was granting any special circumstances, as county council said, to make both of those findings. Then the findings for the minor subdivision could be made in the affirmative at all, as well. So what we've done today, in order to save time, is that we provided draft conditions of approval and draft resolution, I believe. And then you'd want to adopt the environmental document. So there's some things that would need to happen, but you could do that today, and then we can revise the resolution and include the findings that were made, if that's okay with council.
Yeah, through the chair. So the findings they would have to, in order to grant this appeal, the findings they'd have to make are that there are special circumstances. It sounds like the argument, the basis for that would be the dual zoning. They would have to make the finding that there are no special privileges. They would have to make the finding that there is consistency and that it is physically suitable. And then with that, they would also adopt the attachments you've put in the packet in the event they wish to grant the appeal.
Correct.
Supervisor Rickman.
Bless you. Thank you, Chairman. And, you know, I do agree that, I mean, the special circumstances side of it, I mean, I think is adequate. But, you know, I do have concerns. I mean, that, you know, Mr. Jetty, you know, he came up, you know, you came up here and talked about financing and stuff and so on. And, you know, realistically, I mean, looking at special circumstances, it doesn't apply. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. So, I mean, you know, our feelings doesn't matter. It's bound by law. I mean, just like if you go to a court, a judge, I mean, the judge is not biased, he's impartial, and this is what us five here in this setting here today is what we're supposed to be. So of course we have, you know, have to have a finding. And, you know, Mr. Moore, you talk about ag land and, you know, farming and how, you know, past boards have, you know, said that our county is, you know, that's the economic engine, and I think we hold that still here today, and in fact, our general plan, we have specific, you know, statements for that. You know, I don't want to see, you know, folks coming in here, going to the, you know, coming in here and expecting the board to offer variances because their family members all want to live on the same piece of property. And you can see where this could spiral out of control. I mean, you can see how much, you know, 10 acres of ag land is worth alone versus 10 acres of a subdivided now a home development. What's going to be more? It's going to be if you can sell that to a developer, right? And that's one way to erode property, erode our ag land, and you have what you would like this with a hopscotch development that, you know, the state of California is against and this county against, pretty much everybody's against. You know, developments popping all over the place when we don't have the infrastructure, when we don't have the infrastructures like you do in the cities. And that's one of the reasons, one of our policies is growth should happen within the cities or within the sphere of the influence of the cities. So, you know, with that being said, I mean, I'll make a motion, Chair, if nobody else wants to, has anything to say, so we can move on.
Supervisor Gardia.
I just want to piggyback on the comments. I respect ag land. I grew up on a walnut orchard, so this is a unique situation where you have a farmer that wants to have his kids live on his property so they can work the land. So this is a unique situation. I just want to make sure that you're aware that I'm not in big support of big development of our ag areas. So just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Thank you. Go ahead with your motion.
Thank you, Chairman.
Do I need, right, that's done, so do I have to, right, we came back from the hearing, so open it up. Now we can open it up for a motion, right?
Sure, a motion
Okay.
can be made at this point.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor.
So I'll make a, through the chair, I'll make a motion granting the appeal on finding that there is special circumstances were found, that special circumstances being dual zoning, that there is no special privileges, that the minor subdivision would be meets the consistency standard and is physically suitable for what is being approved today. Is that cool?
And then in addition to that, that you adopt the mitigated negative declaration, which is attachment A, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which is attachment B, and approve the variance and minor subdivision with the recommended conditions of approval, attachment F.
All right, and I'll put that in my motion, that you just said.
Friendly amendment, or what are we calling that?
No, I'm just accepting it in my motion, so that's fine.
I'll second.
All right, County Council, we're good then with the motion that stands? Okay, I'll call for the vote. This is to reverse the planning commission's thing and giving a special allowance for having dual zones, right? So a yes vote gives them permission to do this. Take a vote. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
This time we have another public hearing scheduled. To consider an appeal by Vertical Bridge regarding administrative use permit number PA-2300166 and Community Development Department. Staff, take it away, please.
Thank you. Again, Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning, and our Principal Planner, Stephanie Stowers, to provide a presentation, and then we're both available for any questions.
Hello again, Chairman and members of the board. This is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of administrative use permit application number PA-23166 for the installation of a 100-foot tall telecommunication tower with related equipment. The project site is located at the San Joaquin River Club, an over 400-acre parcel developed with approximately 430 non-conforming residences in the general agriculture zone. This project has history, which I will go into in this presentation. However, ultimately, Council has advised that denial of this project may result in a violation of the Federal Telecommunications Act, which I will also discuss in a little bit more detail. As noted, the San Joaquin River Club contains over 400 acres and over 400 non-conforming residences. The project site is in the southernmost portion of the River Club property near the intersection of Durham Ferry Road and Casson Road. I have marked that with a star, but just for reference, it's down in this very bottom corner of the project site. The project site has a general plan designation of resource conservation and a zoning designation of general agriculture 40-acre minimum. Excuse me. This is the detailed site plan submitted by the applicant. It only depicts that southernmost portion of this very large site. It depicts the cell tower as well as a private access driveway to the tower. Pursuant to the development title, telecommunication towers and their associated equipment and antennas need to be set back from all property lines a distance that is at least equal to the height of the tower. In this case, the tower is 100 feet, so it has to have a 100-foot setback from the property lines of the property. This site plan shows that it meets that requirement, and it also shows that it's set back more than 130 feet from a residence on the River Club site. So the proposed tower may be conditionally permitted in the AG40 zone with an approved administrative use permit. Administrative use permits are typically approved at a staff level. However, due to the potential for controversy, this project was referred to the Planning Commission for review. The department received comments in opposition from over 20 River Club residents, as well as one support letter and a petition signed by over 30 residents in support of the tower. The project was originally reviewed between August of 2023 and July of 2024. The Planning Commission originally heard this item July 18th of 2024. At that meeting, they opted to table the item and directed the applicant to perform some additional site analysis. The applicant provided a supplemental alternative site analysis as well as a coverage objective and engineering justification on August 29th. The project was then placed on the October 3rd Planning Commission agenda. The Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the application, stating concerns regarding compatibility, and their denial was appealed by the applicant. Communication towers are regulated by the FCC and the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which limits government oversight relating to the siting of cell towers and preempts some county authority and discretion. Pursuant to the act, the county shall not deny an application for a tower if the applicant has shown that there is a significant gap in coverage and the tower is the least intrusive means for closing that gap. Unless the county can show the existence of a potentially available and technologically feasible alternative to the project location, the county's denial of the tower would be a violation of the Telecommunications Act. The applicant demonstrated a gap in coverage for this service provider and reviewed 5 alternative sites in the surrounding area to close the service gap. Ultimately, the subject parcel was selected as the only viable option, and it will fill the gap in coverage as depicted on the comparison maps shown here. Just for reference, the left side shows the existing coverage, the right side shows the coverage if the tower were to be installed. Yellow is marginal coverage, whereas green is reliable coverage. Skipping ahead again. Since the October Planning Commission hearing, staff continued to review the alternative site analysis and analyzed utilizing neighboring properties to the River Club, including the New Jerusalem Airport. No further viable options were found. At this time, county staff knows of no available or technologically feasible alternatives to the project at the location to close the demonstrated gap in service. As a result, county staff found that the applicant has provided sufficient evidence consistent with the Telecommunications Act of 1996 that the denial of the project would be a violation of the Telecommunications Act. As a result, it is recommended that the board adopt the findings for administrative use permit and approve the appeal, thereby approving the administrative use permit number PA 2300166. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, at this time, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Ding,
I have two questions.
you have the floor.
Well, I have actually, as far as an alternative, this is the second conversation we've had today. Upcoming technology and telecommunications. I don't know about the rest of you, but I was watching this TV show on Sunday called the Super Bowl, where the correct team won, by the way. But there was a commercial on there from T-Mobile that they said they were going to hook up with Starlink, and it was going to be the first satellite service, so there would be 100% coverage. So we keep making these decisions. We're like right in the middle of this technology shift, and we did it this morning. Wouldn't that, when you said that there is no alternative, they're saying it's there. I mean, that we're going satellite based now. So, or did I just dream that up and Mahomes didn't really get his ass kicked on Sunday? Maybe I just dreamt it all up. But it was T-Mobile and Starlink, I believe, was the 30-second ad, and they were talking about for the next 30 days, if you're what's our service, Apple or whatever, that you could go through this system, and the next generation is satellite, and it's here. Wouldn't that turn all of this kind of on its head as far as coverage by the old-fashioned cell towers and so forth?
So through the chair, I'll probably defer to the applicant regarding their future T-Mobile endeavors. I'm not really sure. What we look at today is what is currently available and what gap they would fill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supervisor Ding, if I may, it was a Starlink beta program. That's what their advertisement was.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for the board before I open the public hearing? You guys good to open the public hearing? Yeah. All right. This time I'll open the public hearing, and we'll hear from the appellant. So Kevin Sullivan, are you coming up to speak on behalf? And Bill Lewis is on deck. Or collaboratively, you are together? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Kevin Sullivan for Vertical Bridge. We also have Bill Lewis here. He is the site acquisition and planning consultant for Vertical Bridge. Let's see. So we've got a slide presentation. Here are some key project elements. The project is being proposed to improve T-Mobile's wireless coverage and capacity for this part of the Tracy community. The lease area is just a small fraction of 1% of the entire 412-acre property. There's going to be minor grading on this flat vacant lot for the project, including some very minor foundation work, so there's not going to be a lot of landform disruption. The facility is going to be unoccupied, generating virtually no traffic after construction of a few months is finished. The lease area is going to have a 6-foot-high CMU block wall, and all of the equipment is going to be below that, so there won't be any visible equipment. We looked at 9 other possible locations in the area for the facility, but they were rejected for a number of reasons, including property owners weren't interested in the lease. There were environmental impacts or other site conditions, including proximity to New Jerusalem Airport, or it was infeasible to bring utilities to the site. And so those alternatives were rejected. We'll get a little bit more into that on some later slides. And this particular site was identified as the only feasible site among options. This project operations have to comply with the Federal Communication Commission, FCC, RF health safety standards with respect to RF energy of the site. County staff determined that the facility and the project fully comply with the county's land use and design regulations, and you also heard how the project complies with the Federal Telecommunications Act. And then also as part of your agenda packet was a number of statements signed by about 20 members of the San Joaquin River Club stating their support for the project and asking that this board approve it. The project is not going to have any significant environmental impacts. The project qualifies for a SECO categorical exemption because it's not going to have any such impacts. The property is not near or in any designated scenic roadway or corridor, and there's no sensitive habitat on this particular portion of the property where we're going to be building it. The nearest off-site property line is over 130 feet away, and the nearest home is over 155 feet away. The disguised facility is going to be designed with a 15-foot fall zone, and the facility, again, is going to comply with all county codes, including those with respect to noise, water quality, and fire protection. And nearby segments of East Durham Ferry Road and Casson Road have a lot of tall trees and other vegetation along the roads to provide for visual integration. And there's also a lot of tall utility poles with cross arms, transformers, and high utility lines in the area. Here's an overview or an aerial showing the site. And you can see, okay, there we go. The site is right there. And it's kind of in this vacant corner, flat corner, right on the intersection of Casson Road and East Durham Ferry. Here is a street view looking southwest on East Durham Ferry Road toward the intersection of Casson Road. You can see the site with the red arrow. That's the approximate location of the site. You can see the trees and all the tall utility poles and lines in the area. Here's another view also looking southwest on Durham Ferry Road. Right near the intersection with Casson Road, you can see the very tall utility lines with multiple cross arms, transformers, high utility lines. And then here's right at the corner of East Durham Ferry and Casson Road. You can see over on the right-hand side the approximate location of where the facility is going to be, the trees in the area, and the other utility poles. And then here is, just looking northwest on Casson Road, you can see the approximate location of the site over on the right with the trees and the utility poles in the area. The facility is needed to fill a significant gap in wireless coverage and capacity in the area. T-Mobile has provided multiple rounds of justifications and explanations for the gap here. Basically, while there is some general low-level radio frequency out in the area, there is not enough strong, reliable RF signal to give reliable in-building coverage, to provide internet service, wireless internet, to provide, again, coverage that won't be, dropped, and also to provide capacity for the significant amount of data that we're all putting through our phones these days. So that's the reason, is completely enhancing the coverage in the area to help with, our actions in everyday life and in business and in critical use of residents and first responders in emergency situations. The facility RF signal footprint is going to cover hundreds of either unserved or underserved homes with new and improved reliable in-building and in-vehicle coverage and capacity. The facility, according to T-Mobile materials that have been submitted to the county, will provide new, reliable, and improved in-building wireless coverage and capacity to over 1,100 residents within the coverage footprint. And then that same coverage footprint from the proposed facility is going to provide new, reliable coverage for thousands, many thousands of daily vehicle travelers on the nearby segments of East Durham Ferry Road and Casson Road. Here's the same maps that we saw before. Over on the left-hand side is the current situation, very weak signal in and around the San Joaquin River Club area, shown in the yellow. I think this actually is yellow, not white. And then over on the right, you see the green coverage being filled in with the new facility. That is showing a signal strength to provide the reliable in-building coverage and data capacity for what's needed for today's just everyday life, your everyday use of your wireless facilities, for your business use, and for wireless internet in the area. And T-Mobile took a look at U.S. Census Bureau data and identified, based on their population counts, their population blocks, that the new coverage footprint is going to serve over 1,100 additional indoor residents. T-Mobile and Vertical Bridge have provided a couple of different alternative site analyses, including a supplemental alternative site analysis submitted in August, and a total of 9 locations were looked at within the search ring. What we're trying to do here, and I don't know if I can back up, what we're trying to do is cover like this area, which is where the San Joaquin River Club is. And so we need to have a facility located proximate to our coverage objective. And that's how this site was identified after taking a look at a number of different potential opportunities. And the search for alternative sites started way back in 2022. So we're coming up on at least 2.5 years, maybe almost 3 years, since we started looking around for alternative sites. Bill Lewis can get more into it, but we've sent letters out, and we've sent registered letters, and we've made phone calls, and we've met with people. And the only feasible location that we've been able to identify with someone who's willing to enter into a lease with us is at this current location. There's been no group, agency, or person that has shown that there's any available and technologically feasible alternatives to the proposed facility location as required under federal law to rebut Vertical Bridge's information. Here is an aerial view with little yellow pins showing all of the different sites that we took a look at. Again, the facility is down about right in the middle there. And then we've taken a look at 9 different sites in the area surrounding the San Joaquin River Club. You can see the alternative locations 4 and 5 and 6 are pretty proximate and close to New Jerusalem Airport. These would be on the left-hand side of the search ring shown in red. New Jerusalem Airport, according to investigation by county staff with the city of Tracy that operates the airport, and then also based on FAA online materials, New Jerusalem Airport has about 4,000 annual aircraft operations, and we're just not able to put any kind of telecom facility of any height anywhere near that airport without running afoul of FAA regulations. So Bill Lewis can get more into this, but on a number of these locations, in addition to initial inquiries made back in the 2022 timeframe, in the summer of 2024, we sent out registered letters to all these people again. Either didn't get responses, well, we didn't get responses from any of them. Some people didn't even acknowledge that they had received the certified or registered letters. So we have not been able to identify any other location other than the proposed location to site our facility to serve the coverage objective, which you can see is within the red kind of ellipse or circle there. So based on all of that information and consistent with the staff's repeated recommendations, we ask that you grant Vertical Bridge's appeal of the Planning Commission denial decision, that you approve or certify the CEQA categorical exemption for the project, and that you approve the project's administrative use permit, and we will answer any questions you have.
I've got a question. Bill, did you want to speak, or do you want to, you have questions? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, so there was a football game on Sunday. I'm feeling like we're not even in the same, I feel like you're trying to sell me a telegraph machine here. You're showing this little spot of coverage, and either I'm suing, your employer just spent $8 million telling us that they're going to cover 500,000 square acres. If I just switch over to T-Mobile right now with satellite link, we're asking for an approval based on there is no existing technology. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful. I feel like we're not having the same conversation. And you're telling me that this tower that covers this area is their only chance, when I just watched this Super Bowl on Sunday, and this company spent $8 million telling me there's a satellite link for full coverage. And do you work for T-Mobile? Or are you a contractor for T-Mobile?
Yeah, I work for Vertical Bridge. Vertical Bridge is building the tower, the
So
infrastructure.
did T-Mobile not tell
T-Mobile.
you guys that they were putting the satellite in the? I'm really confused here, because it seems to me what you're trying to do here, they moved on from you. I mean, they're not putting up towers anymore. They're putting up satellites.
Yeah, they're still putting up towers.
Why?
They have hundreds and hundreds, if not
But
thousands
why are
of
they
towers.
putting up towers if they have a satellite
Sure.
that's going to cover everything? That's what I want to know. Why do we need towers if we have satellites?
So T-Mobile has not disclosed to me all of their proprietary plans for what may happen in the future, even decades out. But the same, the TV ad that you saw, I think, said that in some areas, maybe even large areas, there might be the ability to text or possibly have some, low-level voice data through satellite linkage and things like that. But that opportunity, at least as it exists now, it may get better in the future, years and decades in the future. But as it exists now, it's not providing the very robust, strong, detailed, reliable coverage that the cell facilities and poles are providing. And T-Mobile's RF engineer submitted a letter to this board just dated February 4th, just a week ago, that explained again the specific need for this facility to provide strong, reliable in-building coverage for not just voice services, but for all of for wireless internet and for all of the uses that we make of our wireless devices. And he wasn't saying that the tower was not needed because of some satellite things which are going to provide completely different opportunities and options than the very specific, reliable strong in-building coverage that would be provided by this facility in this location.
Thank you.
Okay, Bill, you're up.
Thank you. My name is Bill Lewis, representing the applicant. Here to really address some of the questions that the board might have regarding the alternative site analysis. My partner, Kevin, went through in general of the efforts that we made, but we've been working on this and looking for alternatives for over 2 years. Through our alternative site analysis and supplemental analysis that was submitted in August, we did reach out again after the first time that we reached out to all the candidates and sent out certified mailers with green return receipts. Of the 9 that we sent out, one of them we had already, or of the 9 alternative site analysis candidates, one of them we had already worked with or tried to obtain a lease with, but determined that it wasn't going to be feasible for leasing reasons, not necessarily regarding to rent, but other terms specific within the lease. Of the other alternatives that we looked at, all but one, we received a green return receipt. So we know that we got it, or that they received our letter. The one that we did not receive, it was sent certified mailer. We looked up who the property owners were. We tried to track them down. In our analysis, we provided all the phone numbers that we reached that were available for that person. We think that it's a husband and wife. We think that one of them might be deceased. And that property was alternative number 4, which is fairly close to the airport. So we also think that it wouldn't be feasible from interference with the ongoing operations of the airport. Here to answer any specifics regarding any of the alternatives that we reached out to.
I just have one question. So how high are those electricity poles that have the power going through them?
Sorry, can you
How
repeat?
how high are the poles, the electrical poles that are in your photos?
Yeah, I think they're approximately 55 feet high.
And you're going 100 feet, so?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're going to have the pole is going to be, a little wider at the base, about 4 feet, and it's going to taper to just 2 feet at the top. And so it's going to have a relatively narrow horizontal profile, especially compared to some of the other utility structures out in the area.
And where do you put that imitation foliage on the towers? Do you do that for all of them for aesthetics, or what do you do for that?
I'm sorry again.
Some of them you see that has that foliage, that phony foliage that
Right.
makes them a little more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, so in speaking with, so I'll let Bill take this. I will note that if there was a faux tree that was done, you would end up with, the faux tree branches would have approximately a 20-foot diameter. So instead of ending up with a 2-foot diameter toward the top of this pole, you're going to be looking at a 20 to maybe 22 to 25 foot kind of horizontal view of the entire structure as opposed to just a narrow painted pole.
So it's more obtrusive.
Pardon?
Yeah, it's more obtrusive is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions for Bill? Supervisor Rickman. Oh, sorry, you're on there. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Did you guys go look at down by the river? I mean, the river's right there by, right by, off of Durham Ferry, I guess, or is that airport right there? That's the airport. So, I mean, you have a whole entire river out there where there's nobody around. You gotta talk to the irrigation district or Army Corps of Engineers or whatever and put it out there?
The property to the northeast of.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that was identified on.
And then if you want to zero in on it, I think that's in there.
So just to confirm, we're discussing alternative 8, correct?
Yeah.
So that area In the supplemental alternative site analysis, we did go into detail regarding potential environmental concerns with that property. There are national wetlands that go through it, which would, and getting an access road up there, getting power up there, we had concerns with environmental to go down that path. We would also need to obtain access agreements from the River Club, and speaking with them, they preferred doing a lease on their property than doing an actual access agreement to that area. But also, even if that was something that we did do, there was a lot of environmental concerns regarding the national wetland maps.
But wouldn't that, I mean, hey, it may be more difficult, but wouldn't that alleviate, all these different issues that we're having while you're here today? I mean, it may be more expensive, it may be more time consuming and so on, but that's not our problem, that's kind of your problem, right? The business.
Yeah, that's part of the feasibility analysis. Going to that alternative 8, which is, in and or surrounded by sensitive areas, bringing access roads in, bringing utilities in, and then operating a facility in that area.
And you talk about, I'm sorry, but you talk about access road. I've been out there, I've been on the roads, I've been on the levees, right? So, I mean, you can drive down there on, on the levee system. So couldn't you put it I don't you make it sound like you have to, we live in Louisiana in the swamp somewhere that you have to, because there are roads out there. I've been out there.
Right, but to get a discretionary permit to go into those sensitive areas, I'm not so sure we could, but they would be, very long in coming, and they would be expensive, and that all goes into the feasibility analysis. The federal law does not require that we spend years getting, other permits and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars more. If we could even get that permitted, which no one has shown that we could.
But have you even looked at it? Have you even tried? And you're quoting the telecommunication, the federal law. I mean, I think that's your whole entire case is, hey, this is federal law. If you guys don't do it, we're going to sue, kind of thing. But what you're telling me here today, that you can't tell me how much it would cost. You can't tell me the environmental. You can't tell me how long it would be in order to put this tower out there. Because this isn't the first time this has come to this board, what we're dealing with here today. And a lot of different communities are dealing with exactly what this board is dealing with here today. And we hear the same thing over and over again. I mean, I'm trying not to be argumentative. I'm just, seeing what I see is, you guys have the bully pulpit. Usually we have the bully pulpit, right? But you have the bully pulpit, that bully pulpit being federal law. If you don't do it, we're going to sue you guys, kind of thing. And you cite this stuff. But when I'm asking you, you just admitted that you don't have the information that proves that this would be the, unfeasible.
Yeah, we have general information based on our experience. I've been doing work in land use zoning and regarding the Telecom Act for nearly 29 years. And I know that putting this type of facility with access and things like that out in that sensitive area with protected, habitat and wildlife would take years to get done. And it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But this is still speculative. I mean, did you even try to get a permit? Did you even look into the permitting process? Did you even contact the agency who has authority over that?
No, we did not. We are allowed under the Telecom Act in various cases that interpret it to be able to use our experience to identify when something is just too big of a lift and too difficult to do. We are able to feasibly rule out those alternatives, and then that puts the onus on someone else to come in and say, hey, you're wrong, and to specifically rebut it. But we have met our obligation under the Telecom Act to do what's called make a prima facie showing, make a prima facie case, that we have looked at a reasonable range of alternatives and have identified the facility.
But you
and
have,
other-
I mean, the prima facie case is one thing, but you don't even have any documentation here today to show us that you made that prima facie case on this area of,
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying your expertise, and, I'm not rebutting that. I'm not, saying you don't have that, but I don't know you at all. I mean, I don't know your organization, your company. When I'm here, what I see up here is, you have a community who's split, half wants it, half don't. You have an entity is kind of saying, hey, we're doing it anyways because you guys can't hit these 3 points. So King's Acts, Telecommunication Acts, and
I mean, we believe that we have located the facility in the least intrusive means. It is a good location. It is a good project. It meets all of the county codes. And with respect to providing information on the difficulty of that one alternative site, I think it's alternative site, that information was part of the supplemental alternative site analysis that we submitted to the county in August of 2020.
right. And I'll end it here, Chair. I know I'm droning on here. But, yeah, I read pretty much, I have everything right in front of me. There it is, the big old binder.
Right.
And, again, what I was asking for, I didn't see it in here. The permits and, the costing and, who you contact and any of that stuff. So, there it is. But, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you, Chairman, for your patience. Appreciate
No
it.
worries, we need to do it, so thank you. Is there any other further questions? Final comments, we need to get to the other side, so go ahead, what did you want to share?
Oh, I wanted to address that alternative site. My understanding is that area does also flood from time to time throughout the year. That causes issues with our equipment at ground level. Not only do we have antennas at the top, but we also have cabinet equipment at the bottom, which can't flood. And so that, in addition to excessive cost for bringing power, there's no power source at that location. Even though you can drive up to that area, it does require an access easement from the River Club itself. So we wouldn't actually have legal access, even if the district was interested in allowing us to go there, and we were able to solve some of the other concerns in terms of the construction of it. So I hope that gives a little bit of clarity in terms of the question that you asked. Thank you.
Thank you. So now at this time, we will ask if there are proponents for this project, and we have some cards. So the first one, we will start off with Arlene Lily Fail, and the second one up is, it looks like Jackie Forbes. Am I right? I'm massacring your name. Jackie, sorry, Jackie. So you're next.
Is it okay I give you a copy of my letter?
Yeah.
I have one for
Just
you
share it
too.
with the clerk of the board, please. Thank you.
Before I start my letter, I just want to piggyback on what the appellant said. Chairman Rickman knows that where the project is supposedly supposed to be placed, it flooded and collapsed the whole road right there. So the whole San Joaquin River Club is a flood zone and is potential for flooding anywhere, and whether it's out in the boonies, inside the club, or where they want to put the proposed project at. The second thing I want to say is we don't live in Little House on the Prairie. Me and my husband have been with T-Mobile for 22 years. And we also watched the Super Bowl at the campground on 3 TVs, on an app, a free app from Fox. Okay? So going to my letter. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Robert Rickman and the Board of Supervisors, for allowing me to share my agreement with the Planning Commission decision. My name is Arlene Lily Fail. I'm a member of the San Joaquin River Club. I would like this time to respond to the arguments from the appellants. When the Planning Commission voted to deny the proposed South Tower project, they did not violate TCA. According to case 13-975 T-Mobile South LLC versus City of Roswell, Georgia, November 10, 2014, the Telecommunication Act does not require localities to provide reasons for the denial of construction applications in the written denial notification as long as the reasons appear in some other sufficiently written record and the minutes would be enough. The Planning Commission did not listen to supported excess outside their purview as the appellant has claimed. In fact, the Planning Commission was thorough in the project application process and followed TCA requirements by it gave additional hearings, additional time, allowed additional information from both sides to be submitted into record. Substantial evidence demonstrated that the Planning Commission followed TCA procedural guidelines requirements that a written denial letter can be reviewed by the Board of Supervisors to evaluate them against the written record. The Planning Commission complied with its statutory obligations supported by substantial evidence contained in the written record. The federal government never said the reasons have to have reasons. Reasons need not to be elaborate or even sophisticated, but rather simply clear enough to enable the board supervisors review. The applicant states that prima facie, and forgive me if I pronounce that wrong, will effectively prohibit the provision of services. That is not true. What the applicant is really saying is that they are entitled, and that is not prima facie. Even public utilities are not granted a right so broad as to create an entitlement under federal law. While the local governing body must consider the need or not for the facility, a balance must be considered to that need against the intrusion to the community. There remains still local discretion sufficient to defeat the entitlement claim. And also, too, I wanted to add to that, that when they say the least restricted area, and I gave copies to Jas Sangha back when me and my husband met her, of pictures, and I went to the Development Community Center to try to get the project plans, but I didn't know the project plan number, so they told me that they would, as soon as they could find it, they would email it to me. I never got it. But AT&T put fiber optics in the ground. If you look at their maps, it runs all the way down from where the bridge is, all the way down Airport to it turning into Durham Ferry, and then you turn that corner onto Casson. And AT&T was just out there the other day, and I asked them, are you guys gonna come down Casson now? And they said yes. So they're putting fiber optics down in the ground, just like how the FCC had provided the funds. And I know, I don't have it with me, but I know that you guys had, when I say you, the Board of Supervisors had a meeting to allot that money for that project to happen out there on the corner of the San Joaquin River Club. So there is fiber optics in the ground. And not only that, but there is a cell tower, I don't know who it belongs to, but it's between New Jerusalem School and San Joaquin River Club, and it's less than 4 miles. So you talk about 500,000 acres or 500 acres or whatever you want to call it, that's reaches. There's also Unwired has a cell tower on Linney. There's a cell tower on 33, Highway 33, where New Jerusalem is. So the gap is filled. There's not only, when he says that the gap's not filled, it is. And there's no discrimination there as well, which I will touch on as well. So the Planning Commission was not in violation. Regarding the discrimination claim by the appellant must prove by preponderance of the evidence that the Planning Commission acted with improper motive, intent, or purpose. Evaluating the evidence supporting the denial, local and state zoning laws govern the weight to be given the evidence. The TCA does not affect or encroach upon the substantial standards to be applied under established principles of state and local law. The San Joaquin Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission has promoted competition, reduced regulation to secure prices and higher quality services, and has always encouraged rapid development of new telecommunication technologies. The Planning Commission handling of the hearings was conducted fair, balanced, and legal. The Planning Commission followed the Telecommunications Act with no violations. The Planning Commission's decision is correct, and the appellant's appeal should not succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jackie, you're up, Jackie, and I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Forbes?
Yeah.
Come on up. There's a button on the side there for you to push.
Okay. I've got
Chelsea's
a big
got it
mouth,
for you.
so I'm sure they'll, thank you. Okay, first off, excuse me if my words get twisted. I literally just had brain surgery. Good news is there was one in there. We were worried. I can give you facts and figures. We've got that all day. And I did send a letter to the board with photos, you know, and everything, but I'm not going to right now. If you want them, I can give them to you later, but right now, all I'm gonna say is this River Club has been around for years. And we've always tried to get along for the peace and harmony of the River Club. And we follow our set of bylaws that probably don't make sense to anybody but us that live out there at the River Club. Mr. Rickman knows this because he's been out at the River Club. I myself have spoke to him during special meetings that we have had out there. And this is just all such a waste of time. I mean, they're gonna come up and they're gonna show you, well, we have this petition. Well, I know one of the ladies that signed the petition, and she's excited because she thinks if this goes through, her dish network's gonna work better. So, not everybody knows what is going on. We did not have a meeting about this. They had a small meeting that did not include all of our members. So that right there goes against our bylaws and goes against our peace and harmony of the River Club. You know, it used to be everybody got along. We were like this weird, big, dysfunctional family. Now we've got their side and our side. And I don't like that. That's bull. We don't need. We're all family. You know, we're all related in some way out there. You know, and you might be, Donna, never say that. So, it's just, we've got coverage. I have T-Mobile. My husband has T-Mobile. We run 3 TVs off of T-Mobile streaming. We don't have a problem. There's not an issue out there. The new tower that they just put up by New Jay, that's 1.8 miles away from us. So that's not far at all for this new tower. Now we need to stick one right on our property? You know, is this about the tower, or is this a land grab? You know, and if it is, we're all gonna lose our homes. There's a lot of us that live out here. I cannot afford to move out of the River Club. You know, a lot of us can't afford to move out of the River Club. You know, and we don't want this. There's people that are not here because they're afraid if they show up here, then the other people are gonna get mad at them. And then they're gonna start looking at their properties and turning them in for permits or turning them in for garbage on their yard or cars or whatever, so they won't show their faces. And it shouldn't be like that. Like I said, we used to all be a group. You know, I've been friends with Gary. I've been friends with Susie. She rescued my dog. You know, I mean, we all got along until this darn tower came in. And I'm just done. I'm tired of it. It's not fair. It's not fair to us that live in the River Club to have to be going through this, to be worried about losing our homes, to be worried about access roads or what's going to happen to they say, well, there's not wildlife out there. Well, then I don't know, because I've got coyotes and I've got raccoons and there's ducks down the street, so there's something living out there. You know, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but this just needs to go away. We need to resume our River Club the way it used to be. We need our peace and harmony back. And if it's gonna take not having a cell phone tower in the corner to do this, then do it. Let's not have it. Let's get back to how we used to be. This is causing a feud between us that is not necessary. So I guess I probably have a whole lot more to say, but I'll just stop right there because.
Thank you. Farah Alvarez.
Good afternoon. My name's Farrah. I live at the River Club. I'm also a member out there. I've been out there for over 25 years. My family's been there since the inception of the River Club. And all we keep hearing about is gap in coverage, constant gap in coverage, okay? Well, we all know that there are some things that can interrupt a cell signal. Lath and plaster with chicken wire on your homes, cinder block, lead-based paint, that can all weaken a cell signal. Those houses are from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Yeah, there's some newer ones out there, but the majority of the houses are older. They're cinder block, they're lath and plaster, and they have lead-based paint. My house is lath and plaster, okay? I got a weak signal on my house. I step outside my door. I got a good signal. Not worried about it. There are also vertical bridges put in a cell tower less than 2 miles from where they want to put in this new cell tower. It's a vertical bridge cell tower. I think it's for Verizon, and it is less than a mile from New Jerusalem School, which is where I work at in the cafeteria. Now, our school just put in a big storage shed for the cafeteria and a big outside walk-in freezer. I can go into the storage for our dry goods, and I can have a great cell signal. But as soon as I walk into that freezer, I don't have a cell signal. Why? Because it's metal. Now, what they're saying is, if you're not getting a signal inside your building, there is a gap in coverage. So if there's a gap in coverage, if that's the case, then there's a gap in coverage at New Jerusalem School, and there's a cell tower less than a mile away. I mean, that doesn't really make sense, does it? There's outside things that can stop a cell signal, and that's all I'm saying. You know, and I just really hope that you guys do uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this, you know, because due to they haven't proved a gap in coverage. And as far as we're concerned, they did not do their due diligence on finding an alternative route, because alternative space, because where the cell tower is now by New Jerusalem School, which is less than 2 miles from our property and less than a mile from New Jerusalem, that is a vertical bridge tower that is owned by Vertical Bridges. So why can't they put their T-Mobile on that tower instead of trying to put it on our property? Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Don Diaz. Donna, sorry.
I have a little picture show for you. So you can just pass these on to all the supervisors. The first thing is, which Tara just said, back in November of last year, I called Corinne King and I asked her, hey, who owns that tower on Durham Ferry? She says, I don't know. Give me the address and I'll look it up. Well, she came back. She says, I don't know. Well, back on the 31st of January, I called her again. I says, hey, who owns that tower? I don't know. It says this guy, and it wasn't Vertical Bridge. But as you can see, they got their sign right there. And also, I do want you to know that I went back to that same location on the 6th of February, and that site number, USCA 5837, had been added to that sign. But they failed to add the site number. They failed to put the FCC tower ID number on, which I got on 2/6. And on the 31st, I got the site name, the site number. The only thing he didn't give me was the FCC tower ID, because the guy at Vertical Bridge says, they haven't given it to me yet. So that's That's the second one. The next one is these notices. They're scary. This notice says guidelines for working in radio frequency environments. All personnel should have electromagnetic energy awareness training. All personnel entering this site must be authorized. Obey all the signs. Assume all antennas are active. Before working on antennas, notify owners and disable appropriate transmitters, and so on. Use personal RF monitors while working near antennas. Never operate transmitters without shields during normal operation. Do not operate base station antennas in equipment room. Do you think our kids at the River Club are going to read this sign before they decide to scale that block wall? And mind you, the site on Durham Ferry only has a chain link fence. Quite easy. The next sign, caution, beyond this point, radio frequency fields at this site may exceed FCC rules for human exposure. That scares the shit out of me. I'm sorry. Do you realize the lady directly across from that tower has had 2 aneurysms? Okay, what's going to happen to her? It scares me to death. Vertical Bridge is a salesman. They go and sell sites to the highest bidder. Vertical Bridge sold it to Verizon. Now they're saying, well, we need to get market share for T-Mobile. It's nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with the River Club and how soon we're going to get this great frequency inside our house. I paid $600 for a repeater, so I have service inside my block cinder house. When I first moved there in 2012, I had AT&T. I used to have to run outside to answer a phone call. Now I switched to Verizon, and at least it's worked that way. Here is the site that I went into T-Mobile and asked the manager, oh no, we have full, dense coverage. In fact, it says ultra capacity 5G for our area. So it's a bunch of bull. I also gave you an update from our illustrious president, Gary Boswell, who said that his hands were tied, that he couldn't do anything about this. Because, you know, I could go to your house, Robert, and say, hey, by the way, I just signed a paper, said I own it. And now I'm going to sell the property rights to your house to Vertical Bridge, and they're putting a cell tower in your backyard. How do you like me now? Okay? Think about that, because that's exactly what they did to us. Gary Boswell, I shouldn't say Gary Boswell, but Gary Boswell had his fingers in the pie too. But Dan DeVinny, he signed away our rights for our land, and Vertical Bridge is using our land as collateral for a loan at Barclays Bank. Now, Dan DeVinny did say in a recording that he was sorry that he signed as owner. He should have signed as president. He screwed up. Yeah, he screwed up big time. Each one of us are supposed to have a 1% ownership. They took it all away from us. We didn't know. And your 20 signatures, that's 3.3%. So that certainly doesn't show a good positive percentage of people that want this cell tower. And I also added, we just Googled this, hey, can you get an RF, a Wi-Fi signal through lead paint? So I just added those little snippets, and that wasn't hard to find. That was right on Google. Aerial spraying, we got mosquitoes like nobody's business. And we depend on them spraying. And they're concerned about airplanes and flying. We need the aerial coverage so that we can spray. Right over where the cell tower is, there's several homes. And they get mosquitoes too because they're backed up right up to a pool of water. And lastly, Gary Boswell, he wrote in our SJRC Inc., which is a Facebook page, and he's an administrator of it. And he said, I was just advised that the wrong box was checked on this form. The form was the W-9, which caused our club to be categorized as an S, not a, a W-9. Well, anyway, I forgot the other word, I'm sorry. But it would make us lose our nonprofit status, which would turn around and we probably couldn't afford our taxes then. And lastly, Gary says a corrected version will be submitted ASAP. We are a nonprofit and will continue to be a nonprofit, and I'm shutting off all comments. So little Caesar sits there and he manipulates our board string for communication too. So it's a monopoly run by a little short man, and that's not what this club is. We have more than just one person running it. We're bound by our bylaws. And the next step after you, we're going one more step up, and that's the state of California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary Boswell?
Good afternoon, thank you. My name's Gary Boswell. I lived at the River Club since 2002. I just want to take a moment to express my support for the cell tower on our property. Our small community has been drastically underserved for many years. There's not a week goes by that I don't experience drop calls and poor connections. Our board of directors is elected to handle the affairs of our club and unanimously voted to move forward with the cell tower project. Poor coverage is also a safety concern. In the event of emergencies, calls do not go through. I would like to express my appreciation for your support of this cell tower. A comment in regards to the area behind our levees, the river there. We affectionately call that the boonies, and that was an area that was considered, that was proposed by our board as a possible location, but that area is low-lying and it floods. Back in the late 60s, levees were put in to protect our homes, but that area doesn't have electrical power and it floods every few years, so would not be a good site to try to put something like this on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, Jeffrey Wagner, please.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Wagner. I'm a member of the San Joaquin River Club for 25 years. I also served on the board of directors when the lease was signed for this cellular facility. I've worked 25 years in the cellular industry in new site development. I've worked for all the major carriers, Ericsson, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. I was a senior project manager on the new site build, and I'm very familiar with these projects. And I'd first like to address Mr. Ding's concerns about the Starlink. I'm on the beta test for Starlink, and currently it is only for data, for texting. It doesn't have data or phone service. They're talking about maybe later on in the year or the next year bringing that in. But again, Starlink doesn't work good in inclement weather. If you have Starlink on your internet, you know when there's a rainstorm, your signal goes out. So it's not 100% bulletproof to use Starlink as your provider. These 5G towers are the future of our country. They are going to power all the autonomous vehicles, the autonomous farm equipment, and autonomous drone deliveries of packages from the Amazon warehouse in Tracy. This is the type of activities that 5G supports. So we very much need this to remain competitive as a country, economically. Furthermore, the location of this tower is exactly where the company needs to put this tower. They have coverage objectives, which are to cover the roads in our neighborhoods, going down Casson Road, Durham Ferry, or Airport Road. Where this tower is located with the 4-sector site, you can shoot an azimuth directly down each of these roadways, providing excellent coverage for all of the employees that are coming down Casson Road from the warehouses in Tracy. You know, our traffic has just increased exponentially. I personally have been out in the boonies walking my dog and have had coyotes chasing me and tried to call on my cell phone to have another club member come out there and help me, you know, scare these dogs, these coyotes off, and my phone won't work. The only alternative is to make a 911 call to the sheriff, and, you know, he's 20, 30 minutes out. We have children that go out there routinely fishing. People go out there and recreate, they walk, and if, you know, our former president, Jeremy Levin, was walking out there, he fell down, put a giant gash in his leg. You know, he's lucky he didn't bleed to death. This is a health and safety issue for our community. We really need this tower to protect our residents. And furthermore, we're a poor community. Many of these people in our community are on fixed incomes. They don't have good cellular coverage. They don't have good internet. This tower will provide them a means of having cellular coverage and internet service on their telephone, so they don't have to buy an additional service. It's really needed in our community. And we've been, as board members who made this decision, we've been bullied by the opposition group, harassed, and it's been horrible, the things that these people have done to us in fracturing our community and destroying our community. And I just hope that you, as the County Board of Supervisors, would follow the law and approve this project as it is in the best interest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Dan Devinex. I don't know, we gave those other folks the full time to present, so then I don't think you can limit theirs, correct? We have one more.
I tend to ramble, so I wrote everything down, so you guys can get me later. Good morning, my name is Dan DeVinny. I'm a member of the San Joaquin River Club, and I was president of the club when I signed the contract with Vertical Bridge. Before signing, the board of directors had been discussing the proposal for a cell tower for several months. Gary Boswell and Jeff Wagner had been negotiating with Vertical Bridge people during that time. It had been a topic of discussion in regular board meetings. All directors had copies of the contract, and a copy had been provided to our lawyer for review and comment. When it came time to sign the contract, I called for a phone poll, asking the board to vote for or against signing the contract. The board voted yes unanimously. This vote was memorialized in a memorandum for the record and included in the minutes of the next board meeting. The contract was then signed and witnessed in the presence of a notary. One of the controversies was that it was signed under the heading of owner. While it is obvious that I was not the owner of the entire River Club, as president, I was authorized and required to sign contracts in accordance with Article 9, Section 3 of the bylaws. Also, there were other signatures required that showed that I was signing as the president. There was no fraud involved. The club is a not-for-profit mutual benefit corporation. We've also been classified as a disadvantaged community comprised of a lot of seniors and retired people living on a fixed income. Not awash in cash, that's for sure. There is a misconception that since we are not for profit, we can't raise money without losing our status. This is completely wrong. Money raised from the venue rentals, car shows, or even cell towers is simply reported to the IRS on a separate schedule. It does not negate our not-for-profit status. In fact, Article 1, Section 4 of the first page of our bylaws tasks us with a fiduciary responsibility to raise funds to keep the corporation solvent and functional. I'd like to read that section real quick here. First page of the bylaws. The general purpose of this corporation shall be to maintain all of its properties, including bridges, right-of-ways, roads, utilities, levees, grounds, and any and all other properties owned by the corporation in proper and presentable condition at all times, and to make all reasonable expenditures for the proper maintenance of said property. Further, to levy such assessments, dues, fees, and charges as permitted by these bylaws, the Articles of Incorporation, and the laws of the State of California, and to pursue any and all lawful means to acquire the necessary funds to properly maintain said property and carry out the specific and primary purpose of the corporation. We're getting $1,700 a month from Vertical Bridge for this, $20,200 a year, I think, which would help us buy a tractor or a logging piece of equipment, something, a way to make money for the club. I added it up over 50 years, it's $1,200,000. One of the other major controversies is that the contract gives Vertical Bridge the right of first refusal to purchase their lease site if the case arises. This has led to the claim of a land grab if this right is invoked. The only way that right of first refusal comes into play is if the corporation is dissolved or goes bankrupt and only applies to their lease, since Article 2, Section 7 of the bylaws states, in the event of dissolution of the San Joaquin River Club, Inc., for any reason, the member of record shall have the first option to purchase or to otherwise acquire clear title to and have free access and egress to his membership site. At that point, the members will have bigger problems than the cell tower lease. And I stated again that we're making money off of this thing, and that was one of the primary reasons we got involved. Any questions?
No, I think we're good for now. After we get done with the public comment, then we'll see if anybody else has any. This time we have Monica Smith, please. Just if your comments are redundant, I mean, there was supposed to be a time limit, but I gave them full time, so if it's redundant, please don't,
I'll
be
try to not be redundant, but
Thank you.
there's some things that I need to expand
Perfect.
on.
No,
and
yeah,
explain.
that's, so.
So here's the phone poll. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna pass out some documents. I
Sure.
have the phone poll that Dan Devaney is talking about that was actually conducted the day after the contracts were signed and notarized. And only Dan Devaney's signature is at the bottom. Not all 9 board members signed to attest that this information is true and correct and what they actually voted on. So we were actually told by multiple members of the board at that time that they only voted to approve the increase from $300 a month to $1,700 a month. That is not what this document says. Again, it's only Dan Devaney's signature. As well as the Vertical Bridge contracts, I have included all of those for you guys. So.
Perfect, if you could just give those to the clerk's office. Thank you.
So there's a total of 2 contracts, Vertical Bridges Insurance Development, that we actually were never given copies of, which we are required to have copies of them. Jeremy Levin did print out 40 copies as opposed to 601. Which is the total number of members that we have out the San Joaquin River Club. And we're not just members, we're owners, and we are one equal shareholder. Dan Devaney was cherry picking bits and pieces and kind of misconstruing our articles of incorporation, but what is actually registered with the Secretary of State is that we are not for pecuniary gain, and no one individual has any rights or authority over another. That includes our board of directors. Our board of directors are, yes, voted on and elected by us as members, owners, and shareholders. However, they are only there to conduct day-to-day business. We vote on everything. And in the letter that is included with the packet that Donna Diaz gave you, Gary Boswell, that was his first meeting where he was again voted in as president. He clearly states in that letter where he addressed all of us in open session that he should have put this to a membership vote. However, he didn't, and oops, it's too late. We have heard that time and time again. The first that we actually really heard that there were contracts and this was moving forward, because we were told if it was going to move forward, they would call a board meeting and we would all be entitled to the contracts and the legalities of the deal. That never happened until after these contracts were signed, and we all were very upset because we got notified via the county. That's how we found out. And when questions arise, it was, oh, can't beat a dead horse, this is a done deal, can't unring this bell. If you do, you'll get sued. We as a community, shareholders, owners, and members did not make this decision collectively, as we were not allowed to. That right was taken away from us. Dan Deviney, Gary Boswell, Jeremy Levin, and several other individuals that you have heard speak, Jeff Wagner, they took it upon themselves to make the decision on our behalf. It's been stated because, we don't know how to make decisions for ourselves. We're too simple-minded. We're the peanut gallery. The lack of disrespect runs very high. They speak of being attacked. This is insane. This all comes down to a group of individuals got into bed with Vertical Bridges and Assurance Development to bring a tower to our community, smack dab right in the highest densely populated area of our community. Whether monies outside of this contract were given, we don't know. We're sure it will come out eventually. But at the end of the day, we didn't ask for it. We didn't want it. We didn't get into contract with these people. They did. And they did it behind our back. Now, Donna Diaz made reference to the W-9. Corinne King, as well as Nancy Arroyo, which I know she no longer works there, sent me documentation. There's emails that state the 2 documents that gave the county the right to move forward with this deal and approve all of it were the W-9 and the letter of authorization. Well, Dan Deviney, in open session in March of last year, clearly stated, I played it in the last hearing, that he should have never signed as owner on that document. He wanted to redo the contracts and sign as president. The other document that Nancy Arroyo and Corinne King identified as the other document that gave you guys the right to approve this permit was the W-9. On that W-9, it clearly indicates, and it's in the Assurance Development contract, that we are an S-Corp. We are not an S-Corp. We are a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation where every single shareholder, 601, have one equal share and we all have equal rights to decision making. He stated on our Facebook page, that was a mistake. It's going to be corrected. I hope all of you can understand the ramifications if that document gets filed as us being an S-Corp. We're not. We're a nonprofit. That will change everything. An S-Corp has up to 10 shareholders. We have 601. So we are asking that you guys uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny this project. They are stating that, sorry, my notes. They're stating that they could not put it elsewhere because of where the supposed airport, the Trinkle Brothers, okay, now New Jerusalem, the landing strip for the crop dusters is located. The tower, the other Vertical Bridges tower that is on Durham Ferry, close to New Jerusalem School, is closer to that landing strip than the other proposed sites that we identified when we went door to door, asking people if they'd been contacted, and they stated no. We have written affidavits from them that they were not contacted. Vertical Bridges has provided no proof that they actually contacted these individuals. We provided the proof that they were not. We actually provided proof that 2 individuals at that time were actually interested in entertaining the idea of having a cell phone tower on their property, but they're claiming that those aren't appropriate sites because they're too close to that airport, to that landing strip. Well, the tower that they just put up is closer. We do have wildlife out there. We have wildlife refuge. We have, we have people living right across the street. That tower may be over 100 feet from the nearest house, but it's not over 100 feet from the nearest road. And this is a highly densely populated community. Over 2,000 people live out there. Disabled people, children. And we all know it's happened in Tracy. God forbid one of our children climb that tower. It's too close. We don't want it. We didn't ask for it. And again, they have 20, 30 people that signed it. What information did they give them? Because they surely were not passing out those contracts. We had to make copies. We had to go door to door. We had to show people this is what they're talking about. The first right of refusal is given away. And as we talked about, or you talked about in the last hearing, right before ours, 40-acre parcels, correct? We're Ag 40. If Vertical Bridges, T-Mobile, Assurance Development, any of those people do something wrong, there's an accident that happens, it's attributed to that tower, we are 100% liable for it. Every single one of us in that community. On top of that, if Vertical Bridges misses a payment to Barclays Bank, the language in these contracts clearly states they get first right of refusal to the property. There is only one set of property lines. You can exclude that little corner all you want, but it's 411.96 acres. Can we subdivide it? I'm asking, can we subdivide our property to that one section and exclude that section from the rest of our property? Would you guys allow us?
Ma'am, we're not here to discuss that. I mean, I don't know if staff can do that, but I mean, this is outside of our purview. We're here to have a hearing about this.
I understand. I'm posing it to you because.
Well, yeah, we can't answer that. I mean, so.
I'm posing it to you because it is one parcel.
I understand that.
They keep trying to talk about it's this one little corner. We're zoned Ag 40. If we were to rezone our parcel, the smallest parcels that we could rezone it to are 40-acre parcels. So they keep talking about if something happens, it's only referring to that one parcel, that one little area of the parcel. At minimum, it's 40 acres in the highest densely populated housing area. That corner, when you look at the map, it encompasses the most houses. So that affects the largest part of our community. What happens to us? Now they're talking about how the FCC regulations. Your planning commission did a wonderful job. They looked at everything. They were very thorough. I appreciate you guys looking at everything as well.
Excuse me, just for a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll be honest with you, you're losing me here now. Okay, we've heard everything. Do we have any more comments after this?
You have 2 minutes. How's that? 2 minutes to wrap up. Is that's more than adequate? Please.
So as far as the FCC regulations are concerned, we did identify there were other locations. You guys did bring up the site which out towards where we call the boonies. There were other identifiable places that they could have approached other individuals, placed this tower, looked into. It was determined at the last county meeting that they failed to do their due diligence. A gap in coverage. What gap in coverage? Either T-Mobile is providing misinformation to its customers or potential customers by putting out on their website that we have ultra 5G coverage all the way out to Pacheco Pass. Now, as far as being able to have coverage inside our homes, they cannot account for every single peculiarity that each one of our homes or where we live are going to have. I have lead-based paint in my house. 1978, they banned it. Why? Oh, when you have an x-ray done, they put a lead vest on you. Why? Because it blocks those frequencies. Okay, they cannot account for the reasons that we do not have adequate coverage or do have adequate coverage in or outside of our house. And again, this only applies to T-Mobile customers. So that tower that they're putting up is only going to help increase possibly T-Mobile coverage. They can't guarantee it's going to increase it in our homes. This is about market share. They have a tower 1.7 miles away. Put the equipment on that tower. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a question for County Council. When we have this, so we have applicants and they're feuding over who signed and who has authority to sign. What are we supposed to do to take that into effect if there's actually going to be litigation about something that's somebody who signed a contract with these folks to do this tower, and they're saying that they didn't have the consent from the members? I mean, so where are we put in the middle of this?
Yeah, I would say that issue is not before the board today.
Okay.
You're to decide whether or not to issue this permit, and to the extent that there's an argument that the contract that is entered into with Vertical Bridge was improperly entered into, that can be decided in court if somebody wants to sue over it, but that issue isn't before the
Civil
board.
matter separate from what
That's
we've
not
seen.
what this board
That's not
is
in our
decide-
purview.
that-
So our
exactly.
purview needs to be decide whether
Whether-
there's
whether-
allowing a permit for them
Yeah.
to put the cell tower in.
Correct.
Okay, all right, we have one more, Lisa Fowler. And then we're done with public comment. We'll ask.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I definitely don't want to be redundant, and everybody has said quite a bit. And I don't think there's anything that I could say that they haven't already covered. Just curious, though, if everybody got to see my letter and at least took a look at it and read it? The one I submitted to the county?
There was a lot of different letters I don't know by name, so I can't say by name if I saw it. There was a lot of communication, so.
Okay, so if anybody read my letter, does anybody have a question for me in regards to what I wrote?
Is there any supervisors? Do you want to briefly?
I'm just gonna.
I can't comfortably say that, ma'am. I apologize. I
and-
mean, I wish I had photographic memory, but I
Through the
don't.
chair, I know the letters that were submitted to the board were, to the county were distributed to the board. And as you point out, there are quite a few of them. So, ma'am, I don't think,
No.
I think that's why we're not knowing exactly what your letter says.
Okay.
But they were distributed.
Okay,
I
so
apologize.
I'm okay with that. So I'm just gonna touch on just a couple things and then I'll close up real quick. I am a shareholder at the San Joaquin River Club, and I did not approve this. And I didn't know anything about it until I got the letter for the hearing for the permit. The process should have been that the shareholders were notified. We were provided the information, and we had the opportunity to vote. We should have not even got to this point without 3/4 of the shareholders' votes. You heard some people for this tower. These are folks that have been on the board and had their hands in this from day one. My first concern is, I was told that people possibly could have got finder fees and buyouts. And if that's the case, I can see why they're definitely up here desperate to push this cell tower through, because they probably lined their pockets a little bit with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, that's the end of public comments. We will, so we're gonna allow a rebuttal, but it needs to be short, so we'll, I mean, yeah, this is excessive.
I
Go ahead.
understand. I'll be
Okay,
as brief as I
because
can. I'm
we-
gonna touch on a
I
few
let you
points.
have that whole time beforehand,
Sure.
and so you have a rebuttal. And what's our? Yes, sir, 3 minutes.
So the application submitted for this project was investigated by county staff and found to be proper. That's part of the staff report that's in your agenda packet. T-Mobile has a right to cover a gap in its wireless signal coverage and its wireless network in this area. The TCA doesn't say that just because some other carrier serves the area that T-Mobile is X'd out. So they have a right to fill a gap here. And with respect to that gap, multiple T-Mobile RF engineers have submitted detailed information to the county, none of which has been disputed or controverted, which says that there are no other places to co-locate. Some pulled 1.8, 3.7, whatever miles away. It doesn't serve this site. It's too far away. There has to be a facility in this location that will provide a signal footprint and also be able to handle the capacity, all of the data throughput that's coming through wireless devices that are being used within the coverage footprint. So something miles and miles away doesn't cut it. And again, they've looked at those issues and provided specific information that there's a gap in coverage and it needs to be filled with this facility. No one has disputed that. In addition, a very detailed RF energy study was done with respect to this project. It modeled the facility operating 24 hours a day at 100% output and determined, and these are qualified RF engineers, determined that the facility will generate only 2% of the FCC health safety standard. So here's the health safety standard up here. 2% of that is what the facility is going to generate at the ground level and at a second story level for the nearest home. I don't think there are any homes out there that are 2 stories, but if they are, the nearest home would still only be receiving RF energy at 2% of the health safety standard set by the FCC. All of the other stuff with respect to the lease and liens and things like that per county council are really not part of the zoning application here, so I'm not going to get into that, and I'd be happy to address any questions you have.
Okay. It's now the time to close the public hearing. All right, back to the board. Any final comments, questions, concerns? My computer died again, sorry. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you everybody for being here on both sides. And hopefully, I mean, this issue has looked like it's separated the community. One pro, one against. Hopefully, you can all reconcile and get along after this. I guess we have to make a determination. And if you were here earlier and you heard me say it, this is, like a quasi-judicial setting, right? We hear the evidence, we go by the rules and laws, and we make a decision just like what, a judge would do in a court of law, right? So, we don't take, either side. Hey, for me personally, I know both sides, and I'm friends with, each of you on each side. So, with that being said, I mean, for me, you're looking at the Telecommunication Act of 1996, and it's something that it is constantly referred to in the documents, and the applicant has stated a couple times. But on the second proposal or a second line of this, it says that the proposed location of the least intrusive means to close that gap unless the county can show the existence of a potentially available and technologically feasible alternative to the proposed location. Being on this board, this, like I said before, this isn't the only time we had to deal with cell phone tower issues, and it seems like it's becoming more and more of an issue. And listening to what I just said, and Supervisor Dean, he made an excellent point. Is there a technologically feasible alternative to this proposed location? And there is. I mean, even with T-Mobile's own statement during the Super Bowl, during advertisements, T-Mobile spent $8 million to air a Super Bowl commercial to announce that their Starlink beta program will now be open to anyone on any wireless carrier for free until July. And there is a quote, "There are over 500,000 square miles of the U.S. unreachable by any cell phone tower. We partnered with Starlink. We're inviting anyone on any wireless carrier to experience it for free." Somebody mentioned Starlink here before, that it's limited, it can't do this or that, but at least, I'm not an expert by any means, but I can tell you, didn't Elon Musk use it for North Carolina during the flood, use it for down south during the fires here, let Ukraine use it during the war? So it must be that technology has to be pretty good, right? So is there a technologically feasible alternative to the proposed location? Based on the evidence that I see, and have to look at substantial evidence, and based on what T-Mobile's own advertisement that they spent $8 million to let the public know, I mean, I think there is. And also the least intrusive option. And, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jolie, isn't that whole area in a floodplain from, I don't have a flood map with me.
Through the chair, that I actually don't know. Public Works might be able to answer that. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't want to misspeak.
You know, well, it's right next to a levee, so I'd imagine it is, right? Common sense, if the levee breaks on either side, it's gonna flood. And I asked the question in that area by the river, and I'm not gonna go over it, you know, how much it costs, the permit, have you looked, and what would it take? And you weren't able to provide any details. And I just find it hard to believe, the least intrusive option. I mean, you have nothing but ag land out there. Right, so, I mean, you can't, I mean, again, is there a least intrusive option? I think there would be, but I don't have the evidence to say there would be. So, I would like to see more of a study on that. I mean, what would it take? But the technologically feasible alternative is if I have to look at one thing, and as Supervisor Ding mentioned, technology is advancing steadily. And this Starlink shows that it is feasible that folks that doesn't have the cell phone coverage or limited cell phone coverage can have what T-Mobile is asking for today. So with that being said, Chair, I'm going to turn over my time to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Radia?
So my question is actually to the board, not this board, but to the board of the community. As part of your board, do you bring a recommendation to the body, and the body votes on moving forward with something? Like a vote of presenting a cell tower? Yes. I'm talking to the current president available? So in your bylaws, do you vote as a board and bring a recommendation to the body to vote on?
So how are we, one second, how are we doing this? We closed the hearing, so is this doable? Can I ask a question?
My understanding is if the board has questions of individuals, you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
We're okay? So our board meets monthly, and we do have 2 meetings of our membership per year, one in March, coming up in March, and one in July. Typically, July is a month where we would propose different changes, rules, regulations, bylaws, and our people vote on that. But typically, our board always meets once a month, and we handle issues like this. This particular issue was discussed in open session for several months. And all of our members have the opportunity to come to our board meetings. We've even during COVID and since then, we Zoom the meetings out so that those that don't feel like they can come or aren't well enough to come can attend the board meetings online. And a decision was made to move forward with the cell tower. I was not the president at the time. I was when it started, and over the course of time, Dan DeVinny was the president at the time that the board voted unanimously to move forward with the cell tower. Does that answer your question?
But did your shareholders have the ability to vote on this?
The shareholders did not vote on this. So what we have coming up, for example, in July, there'll probably be a couple of our bylaw issues on the ballot, and our members vote on those. And our guidelines require a 2/3 majority for a bylaw to pass.
All right.
That answer?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, any other comments, questions from the supervisors? Yes, Supervisor Rickman.
And thank you, Chair. Just real quick, as to the gentleman that were here earlier, you see what's going on. I mean, you see what it's doing to this community. I mean, you have, friends that used to be friends, and They don't look like they're gonna be friends right now anyways. But, you talk about the least intrusive option, and, it's not just always about money, or profit, but, working with the community and, I mean, this is the last thing I think anybody wants to see is that, forcing something to go in and you're upsetting an entire community, and when there's a possibility it could be someplace else. Hopefully T-Mobile, looks at exactly what their actions are doing and, try to work with them or whatever it may be. But that's all.
Yeah, we need a motion in a second to vote, see where we're at. So yes is holding up the planning commission's decision to deny, and no is for bridges.
I'll make a motion if nobody else wants to, but I need to see what the. So if I make a motion, Counselor, if I make a motion to not grant the appeal of applicant Vertical Bridge, would that be fine?
Through the chair.
Uphold the planning commission.
Right, if you were to do that, we would have to substitute out the second paragraph number 2 under the be it resolved. And you might word, and in place of what is there, you might word it, it currently reads grant the appeal. Instead of that, you would have, I'll just suggest language reflective of what I think you want to do. Deny the appeal on the basis, A, proposed location is not the least intrusive, and B, there exist technologically feasible alternatives to the proposed location, e.g., for example, satellites, which.
Can we take, Chair, can we take a 5-minute recess? And the reason being is also the Telecommunication Act, it says, the denial of the request to site cell towers shall be in writing and supported by substantial evidence contained in written record. Can we take a 5-minute recess so we can write that out so we can get it right?
Yes. I don't see any problem with that. We've been here for 2 hours, so.
Yeah, or even, 3 minutes,
kill
just
us.
something real quick so we can have it.
Yeah.
Because if this does go, if we do get sued or whatever, at least we're going to be meeting the Telecommunication Act.
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We will come back at 4:10. I think we're ready. So do you have the well-crafted motion that we took 10-minute break to figure out? That would be you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to deny the appeal on the basis of, one, proposed location is not least intrusive as it sits near densely populated river club and surrounded by agriculture and open space. And two, there exists technology, feasible alternative to proposed location, example, Starlink satellites, as indicated by T-Mobile in their advertisement.
So a yes for this is declining the permit, and a no is opposing and letting them do it. A yes is a no.
Yes, my understanding through the chair is that the motion is to deny the appeal, in other words, to deny the project.
Is a yes for reaffirming the planning commission's denial.
Yes.
And a no allows for the tower.
A no means that motion doesn't pass, and you have to have a separate motion to allow the tower.
We're just voting yes.
Okay.
We need a second.
We have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote. Three to two, motion as amended is taken into account. So to uphold the planning commission's denial would be the yeses. So 3-2. At this time, supervisor comments, questions, concerns, or have you? You are? I have just a quick list. I mean, does somebody else want to share?
Yeah, real quick.
Supervisor Ding?
For our two new colleagues, except for I'm brain that dead now and I can't do it. One of the things that a staffer reminded me, and I think I mentioned this 2 weeks ago, is now that you're starting to serve on your new committees, it's a good time to touch base and let us know what's going on in those committees, as well. So we have an idea of what's going on. That being said, I have nothing, no gray matter left in my brain, so I'm out.
You guys good? It's been a busy couple weeks. Supervisor or Vice Chair Dhaliwal?
The only thing I can share is that we visited Placer County, but that is at very initial stage. So there's a lot more to discuss and to think which way we're going to go.
Yes, thank you for doing that. So both of you guys went and saw in Auburn, the tent city. Thank you for doing that.
I've been attending, the water-related committees. I don't know what to report there. So I'm still kind of getting my feet wet. As soon as I do, I will report.
Thank you.
I'm leaning on my colleague next to you on that.
I just want to add to the visit to the safe camping in Placer County. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for our community to adopt a similar program. I think definitely there'll have to be some adjustments to be made. Sitting on the few boards, we've had a couple meetings. I feel like in my first meeting, I made it known that, I feel like we've neglected our community parks for many, many years, and that the dedication of our San Joaquin employees of wanting to improve our parks and investing into our youth is I'm excited about the future of what we have. And then also too is one of the things that I've learned so far in my short period of my time here at the county is that the culture of the county is much better than what I've seen in the past with the city of Stockton. So I greatly appreciate that. People, I feel like our employees, and I feel like people like to work together and accomplish a lot of good things, which is a good thing. So it's exciting, and I'm looking forward to learning it. And everybody's asking me how it's going, and it's like jumping on a treadmill doing 7. You either run real fast or you fall on your face. So I'm excited to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been great staff, and the county as an organization is great. I've also been at the city, and I've learned a lot being here. We go to a lot of events. I grabbed Sandy to go to the Ag Fest, and that's just an absolutely amazing that they get all those kids out there and they can learn and interactive. We went on a field trip. We have our monthly meeting. The human trafficking too at the DAs is important for giving, those victims a voice. And hopefully we can make a dent in it. So their program is always, if you see something, say something. Dameron Hospital just got took over by another company. So we've been trying to figure out, with AMR, the visits, and, I'm on the health plan board, and, whether they're being compensated fairly. So all of those come forward, and that's a couple of the committees that I'm on. A lot of us went to the swearing in of Judge Devin Chenzi. He got sworn in. So a lot of us, the county was representing there, and it's important that it's an elected position. So we went to that. I always talk about Quad and Citizens United Against Decay, and we go and we're trying to figure out MOUs on the railroads, and I think it's important because in South County that they have BNSF and we have Union Pacific here, and we always do this jurisdictional rodeo stuff. So they were able to sign a MOU with the city of Stockton to actually help and clean up the railways and help stop theft, and the sheriff helped write a letter. So it's partnerships like those, I think, that are important. Care Court, there was a meeting that I wasn't able to attend because I had another one, but I mean, it's important because Care Court is a huge part of the county services that we provide, and it's gonna impact a lot of different departments. So that's important. Everyone went to meet your elected officials at the Cultural Heritage, Mexican Cultural Heritage, which was a good turnout, and I think it's important that we collaborate and go and find out what other cities and communities around us are doing so that we could do a better job, not just as cities individually, but as a county united. I think that's important. SJAFCA, I'm the chair of SJAFCA, so I'm trying to learn all that, and we've done 2 Prop 218 votes to help levies in our area, one for here and one for Lathrop, Manteca area, and South Stockton, which is huge. So that we can get to 200-year floodplain levels, which is great. Obviously, there was amazing cultural stuff. We went to a powwow at Edison High School, and just the culture of those people and the rich, the folks that get there. And so Destiny Rivas throws that. Des Strong is another one. A family friend lost his leg in the military, so they have a nonprofit to help get awareness for people with prosthetics and people, veterans. And also last night, we went to Lathrop, and since we're celebrating 175 years of growing greatness, Vice Chair Dollywall, ex-mayor, and I went to receive the proclamation in Lathrop, and we were there, and they had a poet laureate, so we were thinking, so we might need one at the county, right? So if we could possibly do that, and I think Sunny might bring that forward. But it was neat. Their volleyball team and their football team won first section, so all the kids were there, and the scruffy chain gang got up, and it takes a community, and they've been at it, and it was just nice to go see the community and all the folks that we partner with, going to COG and SJAFCA, the Lathrop, council members, and that's going to be another goal of this. And I think we're going there for the birthday party July 1st, I think is when they were incorporated. So I think that's the planning day to go have some cake with some fellow Lathrop folks. So it's building community, it's building trust, it's building, the culture of 175 years, not only the history, but the present and what the future holds. So I'm just glad to be a part of it. So Supervisor Gardia, did you have another comment? Oh, I just saw it on here, sorry. Was that for the cell tower? I'll remove you from that one. So thank you for all the people that came for and against the cell tower. I think it's important that you see government working and trying to find solutions and strategies to make people happy. So I know sometimes it's not always the outcome that everybody wants, but we are here to listen and try to do the best that we can. So with that, I will.
Two more things.
Oh,
Just short ones.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
One, it's not committee related, but myself and Supervisor Gardia, we attended the OES training yesterday, 4 hours, very educational. The second thing I want to say is that our staff, we are all busy. Sometimes we forget to say thank you. You guys are doing an amazing job. It's going to take all of us to make our county better than it is, and we really appreciate the work that all departments, all the staff members are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those kind words. And now I will call for adjournment. Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, I want to say thank you to the staff, and it's a long day, and we appreciate your work. And some of these issues have been going on for years, right? So, and we appreciate it. As the youngest supervisor here, I bring the youth view to.
He lost his eyesight, by the way. So.
No, again, thank you everybody for being here, and God bless you all, and have a happy Valentine's Day. I want to wish my wife a happy Valentine's Day, and that I love you, and I'll end it there.
Thank you. Yes.
Too late. Too late.
I already said it at the beginning of the meeting, bro. I got you. Sorry. We'll adjourn.